Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Please, if you come in and take your seats, and welcome. This is the last day of our annual meeting. It's been just wonderful to have everyone here. And from what I hear, people telling me in the elevators and so on, many of you indicated how much you've enjoyed being together, so that's fantastic. So just a couple of reminders. As you know, everyone indoors here should be wearing a mask consistently, except when you have to remove the mask briefly to just take a sip of coffee or water or whatever. But just keep in mind that that's really important for, of course, protection of individuals, but also each other. And I hope that everybody remembered this morning to do your test, your antigen test. And as I always say, if you forgot to do it, you can always sneak out and go run to your room and get the test done. And we welcome you back. I also want to remind individuals who are particularly our international colleagues who may need to get a PCR test to re-enter their home country, is that we have available free of charge PCR testing down this way. And on this level, I don't remember the room number. Rayburn, and that's one flight up? Okay, it's one flight up in a room called Rayburn, and that's available for you. And please do if you need to get the PCR test, please do it before noon. It's only available till noon, and you'll get the test result within half an hour. Okay, so just let your colleagues know who need PCR testing to go back home that that's available to them, but we do have the noon deadline. Okay, I think we'll move on to then welcome our first speakers and our first session. And our first session is entitled What Happened to HIV in 2020 and 2021 and the COVID-19 Impact on HIV Prevention and Treatment. And we're very thrilled to have two speakers with us today. And I'll start by giving a brief introduction to Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis. For those of us who live in New York and work in New York, we've known Dimitri for quite a long time through his amazing work at the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. And it was a great loss to us, but a great gain to the CDC in Atlanta when he actually moved to Atlanta to become the director of the Division of HIV Prevention at the National Center for HIV, Hepatitis and STIs, and TB Prevention. In his short tenure there, he's been an amazing partner to the HPTN, especially, of course, in all of our work, but specifically in HPTN 096, and intimate engagement of the CDC and Dimitri in particular in moving the study forward. So thank you, Dimitri. And then our next speaker will be Dr. Peter Gies, another dear friend and colleague from UNAIDS. And Peter has led the strategic information part of UNAIDS. And as you can imagine, that's the group that is responsible for a lot of the estimation, modeling, and of the HIV epidemic around the world, and works not just in Geneva at headquarters, but also with the countries themselves to enable the countries to be able to use data to guide their HIV response. And he has also been very involved in terms of course, producing the remarkable UNAIDS reports that come out semi-annually, every 6 months or so, that give us and give us a sense of how we're doing in terms of the global HIV response. So I think without further ado, I'm going to first invite, I think Dimitri, you're first. Okay, I'm going to first invite Dimitri to speak, and then to be followed by Peter, and then I'll introduce Lisa Haddad. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wafa. It's great to be here and to share the stage with Peter. So thank you so much. So a good view, domestic and internationally, I think, on impact of COVID on HIV prevention and treatment. So I'll start by saying that we're still working on this. So I'm giving you a snapshot of where we are in terms of what we can tell you so far about the impact of COVID on the work of HIV domestically. So I'm going to say watch this space because there's a lot more coming as we are developing developing products that will indicate what the impact of the pandemic, that pandemic, has been on this pandemic. So I'll just start by talking a little bit about some of the initial challenges that we detected with our funded health departments as the pandemic unfolded. So really looking back to 2020 and 2021, it was remarkable that there was a significant amount of resilience built into the system, especially around surveillance. So most jurisdictions were actually able to stay on track with HIV surveillance activities. So that's an important statement, because later I'm going to tell you what happens when the system of care changes and how that impacts surveillance. Almost all jurisdictions that we talked to as the pandemic unfolded had one very common issue, which is that all of them, nearly all, scaled back on non-healthcare and healthcare-based HIV testing. And I think sort of thinking about the work that we do, and again, the status neutral model that we talk about at CDC all the time, that is a gateway to so much of what happens. So that testing impact is something that we are probably going to feel for the next few years in terms of identifying cases and in a timely way. The good news is that many jurisdictions were able to scale up self-testing and mobile HIV testing activities. In fact, again, sort of speaking to the resilience, really amazing what happened on the ground. Some of the stories are great. And it is not news to anyone that in general, the HIV workforce was a workforce that was sought after for COVID work. And so they were the programs were significantly affected by the fact that people were pulled into the COVID response. And so I'll give myself as an example. I was at CDC for 2 months, and then for 7 months, I was head of vaccine task force. That was exciting. I'm ready for an HIV vaccine, everyone, in terms of deploying it. But really, again, our workforce is sought after because we actually know how to do pandemics. So in terms of the impact of COVID-19 on surveillance, HIV testing declined, like I told you about, and it resulted in fewer cases reported to CDC. It meant that we were seeing declines in entry of HIV-related laboratory results into EHARS, which is our electronic HIV surveillance system, and also a decrease in diagnoses in all populations and regions of the US. So what's really important is the surveillance system was resilient. It's not underreporting of lab results that actually contributed to our declines in our numbers for HIV. It was literally fewer diagnoses being made because of a decrease in testing in the US. These are data that have not yet been seen, and so I will give you a preview and say National HIV Testing Day is coming. Please look out for an MMWR that comes out on that day that will give you quite a deep dive into the impact of COVID on testing. So it's going to be really an important document in terms of giving a sense of trajectory. This is like the graph that everyone has for everything that has to do with healthcare during COVID, that we were cruising along, and then, oh boy, 2022, February, March, we have a precipitous fall in what we see. But we also look as if, like, though our numbers are down, our new diagnoses that are linked to care managed to stay about the same from the perspective of the work that was happening on the ground. So again, speaking about resilience of the system and what happened even despite these precipitous falls. So a little preview is testing appears to be recovering in 2021. With that said, I think that we are yet to see, will we catch up on the diagnoses that we missed? That's a great question. So I wouldn't be surprised if as we enter 2021 that our numbers look higher than what we had in 2019. In fact, I'm crossing my fingers that they are, so that the folks that we missed potentially are entering our services. So this is what the graph looks like of 2019 to 2022. And so this is not a model. This is just a pure measure of like what we've seen with new diagnoses. I did plenty of press when we released the surveillance books this year, and it was very sweet that many of the reporters were like, wow, amazing news. And I'm like, not good news. Like a 17% decrease is not a 2 to 3% decrease, which is what we see every year. So this is literally disruption in clinical care services, people not getting care. And I feel like thinking about what we see in the STI STI part of the universe, I think symptomatic STIs made a comeback in a big way. Chlamydia didn't. So I think that we still have a little bit of a pay that we have to give the COVID pandemic to catch up with what's happening with HIV. And again, I'm crossing my fingers that the good news is that we actually have higher infections, number of new diagnoses in 2021, not because of transmission, but because of catch up. So that is my hope. And again, watch this space. We have a lot of things coming soon that will actually tease this out a bit more so you can be more granular about what happened in 2020. With that said, all of our disparities continue to be maintained in 2020. So when you look at race ethnicity, still 42% of our new diagnoses are among Black Americans, 27% among Hispanic. So we continue to have a disproportionate representation of people of color in our new diagnoses. And by transmission category, usually it's around 70% gay, bisexual, and other men who have sex with men. That's not changed. So though everything got knocked down, the trends continue to be the same in 2020. So it's important to say out loud, from the data perspective, not the progress perspective, but from the data perspective, 2020 is a bit of a lost year. So we're going to always not really look at 2020 as part of a trend. And so if you look at our surveillance report, which I encourage you to do, because there's also great things that we did with transgender folks in there. And if you haven't seen them, I want you to see them so you can see where we're moving. But if you look at our surveillance reports, we gray it out and call it pandemic year. And that's on purpose. And so we hope 2021 will recover. We're monitoring it closely. Our team is looking carefully. I hope that we're going to be able to sort of have like more convincing data. Now, what, however, looked to be convincing is, again, some of the resilience. So though the new diagnoses went down, what we saw was that our care outcomes for people diagnosed with HIV in 2020 actually stayed pretty good. In fact, viral suppression increased by a couple percentage points. So of the people who are in care, we're actually seeing, of people diagnosed with HIV, we're seeing about 65% had viral suppression, which is about the same as last year. So I always shout out my friends at Ryan White, at HRSA, like their progress is amazing. And so it didn't falter. So when you look at 2022, 89.4% of Ryan White clients who had viral loads were virally suppressed. And so again, just looking at it over time, 2010 to 2022, it again speaks to the importance of Ryan White and what happens if you create something that approximates universal healthcare. So it's really an amazing sort of view. I'll also say, though I don't have a slide about it, a lot of their trends in disparities also continued. So transgender people and people of color actually continued their trend of increasing viral suppression. So thank you, Laura Cheever and HRSA, for amazing work. So this is like where we get a little bit into the stereo instructions of surveillance. So there are significant implications on our ability to estimate incidence and prevalence because of interruptions in care. So you may remember that the way that we do incidence estimations in the US is CD4-based model, and it relies on HIV diagnosis and CD4 results. It's a tough year. So from the perspective of that data being available. The model assumes stability in HIV testing. The last thing that we had last year was stability in 2020. So again, though there were no significant changes in diagnosis delay and all of the information was streaming in so the surveillance system worked, we also have the issue that recent years are already uncertain. So the combination of the pandemic as well as the uncertainty in the model of recent years really made us step back, and we made the decision that the estimates that would be produced using a CD4-based model will be unreliable due to the steep decline in 2020 of diagnoses, not attributed to any miraculous HIV prevention intervention, but because of testing. So we decided to pull the estimated HIV incidence and prevalence in US reports. In fact, we didn't calculate it, so we'll never share a number because we didn't do it, just because we know it would be incorrect. Incidence is impacted, which means so is prevalence and knowledge of status, because those require incidence estimates to be able to calculate. Now, I do want to show you a little bit more about what stability looks like. Again, not great news. So 25% of people who had indications for PrEP based on our estimates were prescribed PrEP. That's about a 2% increase, not good enough, but it didn't go down. And so we're actually sort of surprised that we actually had some stability. Our disparities continue, so you'll see again 66% of white men or white individuals with indications were actually on PrEP, and Black and Latinos continue to experience a disparity in PrEP prescribing. Now, there were, again, some real good news moments that happened in the pandemic, and we're going to hold on to the good news in terms of what we're going to do going forward. One of them is that CDC, through a partnership, did a home self-testing giveaway where we gave away 100,000 free HIV tests. The good news is that it is really the way that we identified a movable middle for testing. People who would otherwise not come to bricks and mortar, in fact, went to the online portal. 26% of the people who participated had never been tested before, and 33% said it had been more than a year since their last test. So obviously, this is continuing, and it's going to get bigger. So we're going to be distributing more tests. Also, we're going to be doing a bricks and mortar version of this, where we're going to be offering community-based organizations access to tests, mentored through larger organizations, going to grassroots, so that they can actually distribute self-testing kits to people who come see them for domestic violence or housing, et cetera, so that we can also address the digital divide a bit. And then finally, telehealth model. So I put this up there and say we saw some really incredible strategies for telehealth, but we have to monitor them closely, because I think you will see in some of the folks as they report out on these telehealth models that it wasn't necessarily an equity intervention. So it was really serving a lot of the same people. And so really important that we sort of scale it up, but that we have an eye toward how can we make it more accessible to the people who are underrepresented in our PrEP numbers and overrepresented in our diagnoses. And with that, I will hand it back to Wafa and to Peter.
All right, mask off. Thank you. So my name is Peter Gies. I'm with UNAIDS, and as Wafa mentioned, responsible for monitoring global epidemic. So it's interesting to follow Dimitri with talk about US. So just a bit as introduction, during the period up to 2020, we actually didn't see like a change in incidence very much, or change in mortality, in the sense that both quantities were estimated to be in the continuity of the previous years. And similarly, as we looked at, say, the treatment cascade, we saw, like on the left, we have people living with HIV, then we have knowledge of status, then we have treatment, and then we have viral suppression. So we actually saw in all three of those last quantities, we saw like a continued increase in the year 2020. So that is true for knowledge of status, true for treatment. It was true for viral suppression. And so if we want to look at more closely at what actually happened, so these annual numbers are a little bit useful, but not all that useful. So the real sources that can inform it is to look at like how different services and diagnoses were monitored on a monthly basis. So the sources that can help inform that at a global level really come from PEPFAR on the one hand. The Global Fund has put out surveys, and then the UN also put out like a survey to try and collect monthly data from the health information systems from the different countries. And so I'll be showing some of those data. So here we are looking at testing. So we see that it is each time we are comparing to an average of January and February as a baseline of 2020, and then comparing the next months to see relative to those 2 months what happened. And you can see here that for the testing that we saw declines in just about every country. And those declines happened in February, March, April, they were most severe. Then as shown on the right, which is like an analysis of testing that was done by the Global Fund, and that also brought in PEPFAR data, we actually see again that the most effect of, or the most severe dip in testing actually happened in April of 2020, and that then for later waves of COVID, that there was like either stability or just less impact than there was in March of, or in April of 2020. So then as we look next at treatment, we actually saw again in 2020, we did see like a dip. This is like looking at numbers of people that are on treatment by 6 months period and comparing 1 6-month period to the next. So we see here that the most severe dip in that quantity actually happened during the first 6 months of 2020, January, June 2020, where we just had a small increase of the number of people that are on ART treatment. But important to note, of course, that it was an increase. It was not a decrease that happened as a result of COVID. So then moving to ART initiations, as Dimitri also mentioned, so we saw like an important decrease actually in that quantity. So it, comparing again to the baseline of January and February of 2020, we saw a -5 on average in March, and then we saw -20 in May actually of 2020. And so that decline was seen just about in all countries, with then subsequent recovery also. As we attempt to interpret that quantity, we should also be aware, of course, that the gap in terms of what remains to be, or the gap that remains to be closed in getting to like having everybody on treatment is getting smaller as time moves on. So that is important to realize. Also, the decrease in testing that I showed earlier, of course, is closely related to the decline in initiations. And then on the right of this slide, we have like an exception to that overall rule, where in Nigeria there was actually continued increase in the initiations of people on ART. And so it is a bit of like an outlier in this series of countries. Then next, moving to just a few intervention areas to say that about PrEP, that even though there was disruption, and even though we are very far away from the target that was put out for 2020, there was actually increase in the number of people that were receiving PrEP. And most of the people that are on PrEP actually in 2020 are from the US, from this country, and also from the ESA region, where it's really a relatively new intervention that is being rolled out. And so on the right, again, we see that increase in like 3 out of the 4 countries that you see there of PrEP rollout, and even in the 4th country, we see like a recovery of the PrEP use in months in 2021. Then turning to voluntary male circumcision, like it's an important intervention in East and Southern Africa, of course, not in the US, but just to say that, again, for that, that intervention, we saw like an important decline in the year 2020. We saw that in the report, in the numbers that were reported by countries to us on the left, and we also saw it in the data that PEPFAR collects on the same thing, which again shows a dip in procedures for male circumcision. So then let me just move on to key populations to say that we actually didn't get a lot of response to our monthly requests for monthly data on key populations interventions, but for example, for sex workers, we are aware and heard from communities of sex workers that COVID epidemic, of course, had a big impact on that community. It had impact on as loss of income to the sex workers. It affected housing. It affected food. It also affected increase in violence to the members of that community. And so then this slide really just shows a disruption of services for that community. And then almost to the end of my talk, we convened a meeting earlier this year to look at what were the service adaptations that happened during COVID in those countries. And so some of them are listed here. So even though we saw a lot of potential disruption, a lot of that potential was actually didn't come through because of actions by health sector and by communities. And so some of the issues that are listed here is that there was a movement towards much more monthly dispensation of ART. So that happened for adults and children. We also saw, as indicated, a rapid or a continued rollout of PrEP. We saw increase in HIV self-testing. So self-testing actually replaced some of the other modalities of HIV testing that existed before that. And as we go into the future, is one of the items that needs to be built on. We also saw increase in telemedicine, application of telemedicine. And we saw flexibility in the application of harm reduction with simplified prescribing, take-home OST, oral substitution therapy, increased access to naloxone, provision of food and PPE, and also decarceration of people living with HIV. And then, so as Dimitri said, it's not over, of course. We are continuing to study, and many people are continuing to study that COVID and its interaction, or the COVID epidemic and its interaction with the HIV epidemic. And on this slide, we just have a few publications and products that have been put out on that interaction. So firstly, from the communities themselves, that many communities have done their own surveys and have their own insights in what happened. ICAP put out webinars about how COVID led to certain initiations or improvements. And finally, we had also a journal supplement on some of those early innovations that happened. So thank you, and just acknowledging my co-workers as we put this together. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dimitri and Peter. We're going to have time for questions after Lisa's presentation, so think of all the questions you have for our speakers today. Thank you. Let me very briefly introduce Dr. Lisa Haddad, who is the Medical Director for the Center on Biomedical Research at the Population Council. And she leads the development efforts at that center, particularly focusing on sexual and reproductive health products, as well as HIV prevention products, and is very much, of course, engaged in the whole area of multipurpose prevention technologies, MPTs. As you all are probably aware, also Lisa leads HPTN 104 with co-chairs Harriet Nuagaba Biri Bonwaha, and they are embarking on development of, in the HPTN, our very first MPT protocols. So without further ado, I welcome Lisa to give us an update on MPTs. Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry. How do I move them forward on this? Yes. Okay. Great. So good morning. Thank you, Wafa, for the kind introduction, and to the HPTN leadership for inviting me here today to talk about MPTs. This is clearly a topic I'm quite passionate about. I'm an OBGYN with subspecialty training in family planning, and I came to the Population Council over 2 years ago to lead their clinical product development on MPTs, contraceptives, and HIV prevention technologies. And Population Council, if many of you don't know, have been instrumental in the development of multiple game changers in reproductive health. This includes the Mirena and Paragard IUDs, Norplant and Jadel, as well as Mifeprex, and most recently Annovera. Most recently, I've been fortunate to work with the HPTN on the development of the current protocol that I'll be discussing today related to the DPP. MPTs, for those who don't know, multipurpose prevention technologies, are methods that prevent multiple reproductive health outcomes simultaneously. So this could be HIV, other STIs, and or pregnancy. The ones I'm going to be talking about today are contraceptive MPTs that talk about pregnancy and HIV prevention. I'm going to start overall by talking about MPTs, then move on a little bit to talk specifically about the DPP and our upcoming protocol. But just to start out, I wanted to just ground everybody in what we already know is a crisis going on. Many of you are very aware that since I started talking about a minute ago, 3 people were infected with HIV, and 1 person died from HIV-related causes. And unfortunately, this persists, and we're making great progress to improve this, but there's still detrimental outcomes. In parallel, many women, over 230 women since I started talking, became pregnant with a pregnancy that was unplanned. And among these, over half, 62%, end up aborting the pregnancy. Many of these abortions are conducted in unsafe matters with increased morbidity and mortality. And by the time I started talking about 2 minutes ago, 1 woman died from a pregnancy-related cause. So this is something that's tangible and real. And these numbers are striking. So what is going on and why and where? So as we know, these are overlapping epidemics and largely based in regions where there's high HIV incidence. There's also high rates of unintended pregnancy. And over 40% of pregnancies globally are unplanned. And with over 200 million individuals who want to avoid pregnancy not using a current contraception, this is a crisis that needs attention. Compounding all of this is the STI epidemic. The numbers are increasing globally, and we know that every day, 1 million people become infected with a sexually transmitted disease. Sexually transmitted diseases can increase adverse birth outcomes and childbirth outcomes, as well as we well know, increased rates of HIV. So these issues are all related and overlap and important to address simultaneously. And while there's been amazing progress by many of you in the room to enhance our prevention options for HIV, it isn't enough. There's only limited potential for how far we can go with the current options that are out there. And, while oral PrEP can be highly effective when used, up to 90% effective, we know that uptake, adherence, and continuation, especially among cisgender women, is challenged. We know cisgender women are twice as likely to discontinue oral PrEP than cisgender men. And unfortunately, the newer technologies, the dapivirine ring and cabotegravir injectable, are likely to help, but many of the same issues that are existent for oral PrEP are likely to persist with these approaches. Stigma and low self-perception of risk are actually going to inhibit use of these methods as well. So we need to think more broadly about how we can help individuals to protect themselves. And what we know from study after study after study is that women want MPTs. So in the, I've got 3 studies listed here. One is a US-based survey. One is from the results from the TRIO study. That was a study of individuals in South Africa and Kenya. And the third is from a global survey with over 600 participants. Across the board, the majority of women were interested in MPTs and preferred to use an MPT over 2 separate products. So I know there's limitations to these hypothetical product use studies for products that aren't out there, but it makes sense, right? If you're at the store buying toothpaste, you're going to buy the toothpaste that doesn't just prevent cavities, also freshens your breath and whitens your teeth, right? So I may not care much about how bright my teeth are, but I'm going to choose the whole package. And so Oh, that's the hope for MPTs, that MPTs could really try to tackle the problem, especially for those people who have low perceived risk and yet are still at risk, and so may perceive themselves at risk for pregnancy, which most adolescent girls and young women are actually quite afraid of, more so than HIV. And if MPTs reach this potential, there may be increases in interest, use, adherence, and continuation. And even if there's only small increases in each of these, this can have a profound public health impact. This would impact women's health outcomes, including reduced maternal deaths and abortions, decreased cases of HIV and STIs, but also increase better childhood outcomes, reducing under 5 mortality, can increase educational attainment, number of years of school, and also economic attainment for women, leading toward greater gender equity, broader economic benefit as a whole, as well as lower healthcare costs. However, it's not the public health interests that are necessarily driving why women are strongly wanting these MPTs. And here we can see that there are multiple reasons these women are stating they want it. This is a slide I put together from abstracting data from the TRIO study, as well as data from IMPT website. IMPT is a nonprofit organization that is a product neutral platform for promoting and helping to support MPT developers. Reasons stated by women include the fact that they have more control, it's discreet, there's greater acceptability. They feel that their partner may like sex more if they're having sex without a condom, and that they may enjoy sex without having the burden of all of the fears of getting HIV and getting pregnant. So, while there's so much hope here, there's an opportunity that we can leverage MPTs to reach our shared goals, which is to reduce the HIV incidence rate and increase choice among those of reproductive potential. And so this is great, right? However, we know that introduction of a new technology does not necessarily mean that this is going to be taken up, used, and available. And here is a framework that was developed by several of my colleagues at Population Council, Sanyukta Mathur and Barbara Friedland and I. And it combines several different models from HIV and contraceptive worlds in terms of market entry, and thinking about what are the factors that relate to use and interest in use and uptake, as well as continued use. And so there are provider-centered factors, product-centered factors, and individual-level factors that all interact to impact how an individual will uptake and use a method. And so for the individual level factors, there's the factors related to their own values, preferences, as well as the factors that affect them in terms of their partner, their family, their community. And then there are the provider level factors that really overall affect effective provision of quality services and access. And then there are the factors related to the specific product. These are attributes of the product, such as whether they're long-acting, user-controlled, hormonal. These are things that are also affected by where this product is positioned within the broader method mix. What are your trade-offs in selecting this over another method? And so we need to consider all of these. And what we've learned is that asymmetric attention to any one of these factors is not going to be effective in increasing ultimate use of the product. However, MPTs are not going to be introduced in a vacuum. MPTs need to be introduced within the current contraceptive landscape. So here is a depiction, I don't know how many of you are familiar with. This is from the CDC website, and it shows all of the different contraceptive options that are out there in terms of effectiveness, with the IUDs and implants on the top and the more user-controlled methods on the bottom. We know that not all contraceptive users are interested in effectiveness alone. There are many other factors that influence contraceptive choice. And so aspects of user control, the side effects anticipated, as well as secondary benefits. And as a family planning provider, we're often trained to approach contraceptive counseling in a shared decision-making model, where you present all of the different options and you talk about what are the values for the individual and where do they want to go to meet their reproductive health needs, recognizing that these may change across their reproductive lifespan. So we're approaching it in this way, but there are many lessons that we can learn from the contraceptive community. One of which is, again, effectiveness is not everything. When LARC methods were recognized as a great tool for enhancing the efficacy of contraception, there was a big push toward getting LARC methods out there. And unfortunately, many individuals felt coerced and pressured, which led to a backfire in many ways with medical mistrust and contraceptive non-use. And so we need to be mindful of that as new HIV and MPT products enter the market, that we need to focus on the entire individual, recognizing their diverse needs and their values as we introduce new methods in order to ensure that we don't receive the same sort of challenges that did hit the family planning community. So, fortunately, as we also know from contraception, there is no one single silver bullet, right? We know that multiple options enhance choice, and with each additional option that enters the market, there are approximately 4 to 8% additional users among those who are non-contraceptive users. So choice enhances use. And fortunately, there are multiple methods being developed, and most of these are being developed by non-pharmaceutical organizations, either NGOs or academic institutions, and mostly through funding through organizations such as USAID, NIH, et cetera. And these are a diverse group of MPT products. These are product and user-controlled products, hormonal and non-hormonal options, ARV-based and non-ARV-based, short-acting, long-acting, on-demand methods. And they're also methods that are either leveraging an existing either contraception or HIV approved medicine, or ones that use novel active pharmaceutical ingredients. And this now brings us to the DPP. The DPP is a combination of combined oral contraceptives and oral PrEP. And together, we know that you can prescribe, and WHO recommends use of oral contraceptives and the DPP together. So we know it's safe to use, but also these are 2 approved products. And so it has a streamlined regulatory pathway. You do not need to do efficacy studies. You simply need to demonstrate bioequivalence to the existing methods. And so Viatris right now is developing a product that's combining the active ingredients from Truvada and the active ingredients from a levonorgestrel-based combined hormonal contraceptive pill. And this is likely to be the first MPT to hit the market. They anticipate in about 2024 that this will become available. And so this is real, and MPT is going to be out there other than condoms. And so we need to recognize that this is exciting. There's also another DPP that Population Council is developing. Population Council has an agreement with Gilead to work with Descovy. And in partnering with Medicines 360, we're developing a TAF-based DPP. Now, this one is not as far along in the development pathway, and also highly dependent on whether or not Descovy ends up getting approved for use in cisgender women. So that's a risk, and our hope is that the benefit of the smaller size of the pill, if this happens, will ultimately be an opportunity for many users who really want a pill. And so there's a lot of promise for the DPP. These are qualitative studies that were conducted by my colleagues at Population Council, along with partners from the University of Zimbabwe and WITS, and also funded by NIMH, SIF, as well as USAID through WCG Cares. And they're finding that overall in these focus groups conducted in Zimbabwe and South Africa, that individuals were excited about the opportunities for ease of use. The quote on the top here from a participant in Zimbabwe highlights that the benefit of using one and not having to use 2, and that ease. They also like the idea of control and enhanced protection. The bottom quote here is what unfortunately echoes for a lot of people, is that not all sex is consensual. And so this individual highlights that the DPP has the hope of protecting against non-consensual sexual exposure. However, there are potential challenges. So side effects was one that was stated in these focus groups as something that was of concern. So the quote on the top highlights that this individual is concerned that it isn't just one, you're having 2 together. And so the side effects are going to be more, and they may be dual. And so this is a concern for one, and we need to find out whether or not this is the case and give more information to help guide that. Additionally, many of the concerns for PrEP also reflected on the concerns raised for the DPP. These included provider-level stigma as well as male approval or family disapproval, et cetera. And so we need to be mindful that even though many of us believe that the DPP or other MPTs will overcome that stigma, it may not actually, it may be more idealized than it actually is. And so we need to recognize how we can enter these methods and be mindful of all those other factors that influence low PrEP use so that we could try to position it differently so that it can be seen as a birth control plus. So now, I know many people don't think oral contraceptive pills are necessarily the best option. As I said, there's been a push toward these more effective options. But millions of women across the world use oral contraceptive pills, and they choose oral contraceptive pills because they want to use it, not because they don't have other options. So they use it because of bleeding control, lighter, regular bleeding, which isn't actually there with many of the other progestin-based methods. And then also secondary benefits, such as improvement of acne. And so these users may be very much primed to use a method like the DPP. And a market sizing study that was conducted by Population Council showed that among those who are current COC users, as well as condom users or those not using, and using between low and high conversion rates, in 15 countries, there would be between 250,000 and 1.25 million new users of the DPP. So this could translate to a 2 to 10-fold increase in the number of PrEP users in these 15 countries alone. Quite significant. Now, there is a group of individuals in a DPP consortium, which is a collection of organizations, including CHI, AVAC, Population Council, and Viatris, as well as several donors. And this group has come together to create the case for the DPP, as well as prepare for market entry. And at one of these meetings recently, partners at CHI presented preliminary results from their cost-effectiveness analysis. And they found that not only is the DPP a cost-effective option, especially in regions with low PrEP use and high HIV incidence, the DPP could actually be cost-saving, especially for certain populations, such as female sex workers, as well as those in discordant relationships. So there is a lot of hope for the DPP, but I guess the biggest questions are, will that hope be realized? So will PrEP adherence be enhanced with the DPP? This is a big question we don't really know. Also, will people prefer to use the DPP over 2 separate pills? So this brings us, fortunately, to HPTN 104. The HPTN leadership and NIH recognize that these questions should be addressed, and the MPT right now that we have to answer these questions is getting close to the market. So we are primed to answer these questions and open the door for this MPT as well as other MPTs. So the objectives of HPTN 104, oh, it's my time. The primary objectives of HPTN 104 is to compare adherence to the 2 regimens. We also are going to be comparing preference, adherence when you choose, and persistence, as well as tolerability, side effects, and acceptability. Lastly, we're going to be examining facilitators and barriers to the DPP. We'll be doing this in an open-label, multi-center randomized controlled trial with 1,000 participants where they will use each regimen for 12 weeks and then choose which regimen they want to use for another 24 weeks. We'll also be selecting a subgroup of those to complete in-depth interviews. Our timeline is that we've already submitted the protocol and gotten feedback from the SRC, and our hope is for DAID's review soon. And based on the availability of the drug from Viatris, our hope is to launch the study in 2023 and complete it in 2025. So this is a team effort, and I have an extraordinary co-chair, Harriet, who is helping me lead this effort along with amazing colleagues across the HPTN and leadership from FHI, including Niru, Jennifer, and Leah, and protocol topical experts, including Sharon Hillier, Barbara Friedland, Sanyukta Mathur, and Ariane van der Straten. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to our 3 speakers for their excellent presentations. We have now the opportunity for questions, so if people can come up to the microphones, and I'll take one question from each microphone, and then we'll go that route. So let's start. Please, go ahead.
Three excellent talks. A question for Dimitri. You mentioned teleprep, and certainly it offers great promise for scaling up prep in the United States, but there's legislation that exists that doesn't allow for people to be practicing medicine out of state. So is the CDC working with any federal colleagues to try to keep those guidelines loose? Because at the height of the pandemic, at one point at Fenway, we were providing care in 48 states, and that's now shut down.
Is this live now? Yes. Oh, good.
Yes.
So yeah, so I think for our policy folks are actually looking at that and working with Don Smith, who is our SME in the prep space and prep guidelines in terms of sort of identifying sort of strategies to be able to deal with that. I think definitely elements of the pandemic have been really important in terms of being able to sort of achieve a teleprep goal. There's also other important barriers like the potential ability to do self-testing. I think we're seeing some movement on the FDA side of the fence on that, which is going to make things, I think, a lot better. So I think all of that is on the table as policy work that we're doing in the spaces that we can flip levers. With that said, this is where we need our partnership from outside, because sometimes our policy limits are not your policy limits. So that voice is really important from the perspective of moving teleprep and, frankly, teletreatment for HIV forward too, given that there are, I think, downstream technologies that will make it easier and easier for us to do that. So, so I hear you. We need your help, and we're working on the inside as well.
Great, thank you. Let's move on, please, Mike.
Well, thank you all three for those really terrific talks. I have a really specific question, probably mostly for Dimitri, but also for Peter. The 17% decrease in incidence, which you in your very clear talk indicated was an artifact of our testing opportunities, but it also suggests those people don't know their status, and therefore, because they don't know their status, they can't be linked to care and can't be suppressed. So the outcome will be much worse. The incidence will go up by a predictable percentage. And I know you know who those people are. The missing people have transmission probabilities. So I'm sure you're working on a model that would indicate the increase, which would be 10, 20, 30% in 2023 or 2024. So maybe you'll reveal to us there's a secret number in your head. Peter has a similar number, but it's much harder to calculate. She's got the world.
Okay.
So Dimitri.
So I'll start.
Okay.
I'll start. Just
Go
to
ahead,
be,
Dimitri.
Just to be super clear, what I showed are new diagnoses, not incidents, because we can't calculate incidents.
Yeah.
So just to be really, really, really clear, we are, one of the sort of spoiler alerts is, yes, we're working on modeling to sort of identify the impact of this hit. I think that, there's also the element not only of people who are new diagnoses, unaware, therefore the potential for transmission, but also folks who are not that new from the perspective of their infections, but not new diagnoses, who could also have disease progression in the year that we've missed. So all of that is on the table, and a modeling effort is happening now. So spoiler alert, watch this space.
Okay, great. I'm also going to try to take questions from online. This technology is fantastic. So a question that's, I think, for both from Linda Stranix Shabanda is, do you know, I mean, the people who've missed, that we know we've missed because they haven't been diagnosed, do we have a sense of who they are? Are they more likely to be adolescents or older people, her question, or key populations versus others? Do you have a sense of who are we missing?
So if you look at our surveillance report, you can actually see like what the trends are between the 2 years, and it's all over the place, unfortunately. We don't have like a trend that's solid enough to say, oh, it's younger MSM or it's like older transgender women. Like it's not that clean. But we do in the surveillance report sort of show what the delta is between 2019 and 2020, and can give you a sense of what a hodgepodge of missing folks we have. So we do know, I think we can estimate about where the missingness is happening, but it's not like we can say, it's all in the South. It's happened all across the country, and it is all over the place when you sort of stratify.
Great, thank you. Peter, what are your thoughts on this globally?
Maybe I will also connect it to the question that Mike asked earlier, just to indicate that as we look at a global level, that like the estimation models, they are different. It depends on what data is available. And so for most of the world, actually, the diagnoses are not the key element of the estimation. So it is based more on prevalence information and together with ART information. As I showed, actually, the ART, we did not, even though it was like warned for that it could happen, we did actually not see a decline in ART. Yeah, and then to the second question, I'm not sure that we have like a specific idea about where that missingness was and whether it was more in one group than another. We actually don't know. We just realized from the consultation we had earlier this year that like the communities of MSM, of transgender, of sex workers, of people in drugs were really severely hit by the epidemic, that's for sure.
Thank you. Let's go back to Stan. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see from the light. Yeah, apologies. Go ahead.
So the question is for Dimitri. So thinking of the fact that we are entering the writing of our next integrated care plans across the 50 states, thinking of the fact that the Health Department Grant 181802 is entering its 5th year, and we have EHE efforts mixed in with COVID impact. What's the thinking for, as we begin to write all of these next level of developmental projects to lead us towards, getting closer to zero?
So I'll start by saying that this is a bit of watch this space. So I think your comment on 181802, which is our flagship health department NOFO, technically it ends at the end of 2022. It's not going to end at the end of 2022, and it's going to have like I can't yet disclose officially the extension, but it's going to be exuberant, which I think is going to be really important. I think it's going to also give us the opportunity to actually build in the things that we've learned, including sort of increased work in equity as one example. So I think we learned sort of strategies using indices like vulnerability in terms of how to target resources. So I think that that's a lesson that HIV is lifting from COVID. I think you're going to see significant sort of investment in strategies that are more syndemic focused, self-testing, and obviously, because I'm there, status neutral service delivery. So, and thank you, special thanks to CFAR for actually including a status neutral category for their CFAR projects. I'm very excited to see sort of what implementation science comes out of that. So I think the answer is the COVID impact is going to mean that there's going to be an extension, and that's going to mean that we have more time to be able to sort of create strategies that really do take us to the next generation of what we need to do to get to the goal. Also, I have faith in the jurisdictions in terms of their resilience. I think that they've gone through the planning and they're going to continue to do planning, but I think that they're really primed now to move into like a more robust implementation phase of EHE.
Thank you very much. We're going to keep going, and please short questions, and so we can get everyone. Stan.
Stan Vermont, Yale School of Public Health. For Lisa, you give folks a thumbnail sketch of your pending protocol. I think there'd be a lot of interest. And for Peter and Dimitri, what about CD4 at presentation? Did that rise during COVID?
Did that drop, you mean?
Sorry, did that drop during COVID? Thank you. In other words, delayed.
Delayed diagnosis.
Thanks for being more awake than I.
Okay, no problem. Lisa, let's start with you.
So we just completed developing the protocol, and our goal is to recruit, as I said, 100 women, and we're specifically going to also target getting enough women between 16 and 17, with at least 200 in that group. Our goal is to implement this across several sites, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and throughout Africa, as well as a couple in the U.S. Individuals will be enrolled in the study, and they'll be randomized to one of two methods. So either they'll start on the DPP or they'll start on the 2-pill regimen. Then after 12 weeks, they'll swap to the other. After 12 more weeks, then they get to choose whether they want either of those two methods to continue with or neither of those methods. And then they continue for 24 weeks. We're going to be collecting dried blood spots over the course to measure adherence. We're also going to be looking at self-reported adherence. Unfortunately, we don't have a similar measure for oral contraceptives in terms of an objective measure for adherence, so we're going to be relying on self-reported pill counts for that, but we will have the level for the tenofovir.
Thank you. Maybe the first question, maybe Peter, or go ahead, Peter.
Right. So the question that Stan asked about CD4, quick consultation between Dimitri and myself suggests that we don't really know what happened to that CD4 level at presentation. So it is to be investigated maybe in the source that can give an answer to that.
Thank you. Jessica?
Thank you. This is for Dimitri. You showed a 17% decline in new diagnoses. The decline in testing, however, looked like 500% decline. So why weren't those more proportional? I guess a provocative thing to say would be, are we over-testing?
No.
Why weren't those more linked?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's a great question, and I don't have an answer for why we didn't see a more precipitous drop in new diagnoses. I don't think that we're over-testing, given the fact that we still have a pretty significant number of the population who have not been reached. We, I think, need to, again, I think the self-testing model is really important, like that 26%, that move. So I'm really stealing the movable middle from our vaccine colleagues on this and really trying to sort of think about that for testing prevention and all the other strategies. Like, I think that we don't necessarily need to test more, we need to test better. And so I think that along with healthcare and some of the other strategies like this, I think we're gonna see some progress, and we can't let go of that, even though the pandemic is, not that it's winding down, the pandemic is becoming more normal in terms of our activity on the sort of day-to-day. So yeah, I think that, I don't know if we'll ever be able to answer that question. I mean, you can hypothesize about who is getting tested, and maybe it was folks who had like potentially like more concern, and it wasn't more sort of routine screening, but kind of a little bit extra from the perspective of like self-assessment or provider assessment. But I don't know if we'll ever know the answer to that.
Great, thank you. And I guess the challenge as we move forward is going to be, what's going to be the new normal? Like now that, I mean, we're still in the COVID-19 pandemic, yeah. But are the systems of testing going to change and moving forward, and where are they going to adjust and where are they going to be?
We need better testing technology.
Yeah.
We had to keep pushing in that space. Mm-hmm. Home viral load testing, rapid viral load tests, diagnostic viral load tests, more self-testing options on the market to drive the price down. I could give you a whole talk on that one.
Yeah. And I guess COVID opens the door to trying something new. Right. You have a comment, last comment, Peter?
I was just going to make the point that you just made, that like the COVID with a reduction in facility-based testing actually was like a big boost to self-testing, and right. Agree with Dimitri that I'm sure there needs to be other options too.
Great.
I have to say one more thing, just because it's so, I love that I'm with Peter here. We actually can see in some of our surveillance data from the perspective of our funded grantees that there is still a market for self-testing, but as bricks and mortar goes up, self-testing went down. So I think to me, that definitely implies that folks were using self-testing to address the gap, which is, I think, exciting and something that we need to hold on to, because there may be other things that cause gaps in the future.
Great. Well, thank you very much to our first panelist today.
So good seeing you.
Thank you.
Fabulous.
And it's going to be very interesting to bring you back next year and tell us what's happened since.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, let's move on to our second panelist. I'm going to invite the speakers, Dr. Feinberg, Mark Feinberg, Dr. Linda Gale Becker, and Dr. Narazumi Godi. Please, if you would come up. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start by doing some very brief introductions, and then invite the speakers to come up to speak, and then we'll take questions at the end of all the three presenters. So I'll start first by introducing Dr. Mark Feinberg, who is the president and CEO of IAVI. And he leads a global team that's really dedicated to advancing vaccine development and many other biomedical innovations focused on not just HIV, but TB and other infectious disease as well. And we're very happy to have you here with us today, Mark. Our next speaker is going to be Dr. Linda Gale Becker, who's well known to all of us in the HPTN. She's the director of the Desmond Tutu HIV Center at the Institute of Infectious Disease and Molecular Medicine at the University of Cape Town. And she, of course, has been involved in multitude of HPTN activities and studies and so on. So welcome, Linda Gale. And lastly, but not least, is Dr. Naratsu Mgodi, again, a well-known member of the HPTN community. And she's a lead investigator on several clinical trials, particularly focusing on HIV prevention amongst women in her home country of Zimbabwe. And she's also been very engaged in the global community in terms of speaking up for advancing HIV prevention tools and methodologies, particularly for, as I said, for women in sub-Saharan Africa. So let's get started with Mark, who's going to speak on mRNA technology and HIV vaccine development. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Wafa. It's a pleasure to be here. I really appreciate the invitation. I was asked to speak about HIV vaccine development, which I know is not necessarily the standard topic at the HPTN, but obviously we share a common commitment to HIV prevention, and there's a lot of interest, as you know, in RNA vaccine technology, and a lot of attention has been paid to the potential that RNA vaccine technology could either accelerate HIV vaccine development or perhaps be the element that is the component of an efficacious HIV vaccine. And I wanted to give you an update on where we are with that, and I also wanted to make some contrast between the SARS-CoV-2 RNA vaccine development and HIV vaccine development, because I think there's been a little bit of lack of clarity around what this means when we're testing HIV vaccines using an RNA platform. I don't need to tell this group that we need novel prevention innovations, as has already been highlighted by really all of the speakers, and I think as was highlighted in the earlier presentation, there's a concern that the COVID pandemic may have taken us further off track of our prevention goals than we were prior to the pandemic. I think all of you know that HIV is an especially vexing target for vaccine development, and is really an unprecedentedly difficult challenge that the field has been really pursuing for almost 40 years now, which is really kind of sad to think about, but when you think about the underlying biology, it's not really surprising that this is such a difficult target. As you know, the virus is hypervariable as a result of its error-prone replication processes. It causes persistent infections that the immune system itself cannot clear, and that's really, there are no vaccines for pathogens like that, so we're trying to do something that's never been done. HIV, largely because of its genetic diversity as well as its ability to establish latent and persistent infections, really avoids, and escapes from any protective immune responses that might arise. And it's also, as you all well know, infecting CD4 T cells, which play a key role in the immune system. So for all of these reasons, it is a really unprecedentedly difficult target. When SARS-CoV-2 came along, it was really remarkable that vaccine development proceeded so quickly, and it really validated the potential of the RNA platform in expediting vaccine development, as well as representing an efficacious platform for vaccine development. But it's really very important to realize that HIV and SARS-CoV-2 are fundamentally very different viruses, and it is, however terrible the COVID pandemic has been, SARS-CoV-2 is actually a pretty easy virus to make a vaccine against, and HIV is not. We talked about HIV's genetic diversity. We talked about the escape from immune responses, but there are other features that distinguish SARS-CoV-2 from HIV. Neutralizing antibodies are very difficult to elicit in the course of HIV infection, and to date, no vaccine candidates have elicited neutralizing antibodies by vaccination, which is the protective mechanism of SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. SARS-CoV-2 causes an acute infection. While there's a lot of attention to variants of concern, its genetic diversity is substantially more limited than is the case for HIV, and I'll show you some evidence of that. And in contrast to HIV, it's actually quite easy for the immune system to make neutralizing antibodies against SARS-CoV-2, and those antibodies that block infection are elicited either in the course of natural infection or by vaccination. This is just looking at genetic diversity. On the left, you can see a picture of genetic diversity of HIV-1, and on the right, you can see a similar map looking at SARS-CoV-2, and as they say, a picture tells 1,000 words, and you get the fact that when people talk about genetic diversity for SARS-CoV-2, HIV really puts that virus to shame. What you're looking at here is so-called MPEM analysis. And what this is a very sophisticated cryo-electron microscopic technique that allows you to visualize the structure of an envelope glycoprotein, in this case, the SARS-CoV-2 spike, and antibodies which are shown in the colored blobs binding to that spike. The top panel is looking at the spike from the side. The bottom panel is looking at it from the top. And what you can see that antibodies are binding to multiple locations on the SARS-CoV-2 spike that are readily displayed by the virus. So these antibodies are readily elicited by infection and vaccination. They readily bind to well-exposed portions of the spike in order to block infection. And that, as you'll see, is very different from the story with HIV. Likewise, in the course of the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine development, it was found that neutralizing antibodies are not only a clear correlate of protection, they're likely the mechanism of protection. And the fact that one can use monoclonal antibodies for prevention of SARS-CoV-2 infection really establishes it is both a mechanism and a correlate of protection. On the x-axis, you see the efficacy of different COVID vaccines, and on the y-axis, you see the level of neutralizing antibodies induced by those vaccines. So what we really need for HIV vaccine development is a similarly informative correlate of protection and demonstration of mechanism of protection, and largely thanks to you and your colleagues at the HPTN, we now actually have that for HIV, which I think represents a dramatic advance. So in the case of HIV, what we really need is neutralizing antibodies that can get in the way of the interaction of the HIV envelope glycoprotein binding to CD4 and CCR5. And that's really what we're targeting for the current generation of vaccine candidates. But if you actually take a look at that HIV envelope glycoprotein, what you can see, that moving figure on the left, is the structure of the HIV envelope glycoprotein. The blue circles are glycosylation sites, so it is heavily coated in sugars, and in fact, half of the mass of the glycoprotein is represented by these sugar residues. Not only that, those are covering up the undersurface where antibodies might need to get access to, and underneath those glycans is a genetically diverse structure that has variable regions that are really, distractions from neutralizing antibodies in many cases, and the susceptible targets for neutralization are buried within that structure, and in order to get access to it, you need very unusual structures of envelope binding neutralizing antibodies. So they basically have to have these so-called long, heavy chain complementarity determining regions, HCDR3s, which is basically, if you think about it, it's a very long arm sticking off the end of the antibody to be able to reach into that very complicated structure to be able to bind to the susceptible epitopes and neutralize the infection. And that is really hard to do. And as a result of the structure, the envelope glycoprotein is both not very immunogenic, but it's also very refractory to antibody neutralization. If you take a look at the same kind of MPEM analysis I showed you that was following infection or vaccination with the SARS-CoV-2 spike for HIV, these are either rabbits or non-human primates that have been vaccinated with essentially an intact envelope glycoprotein that has a very good structure from HIV, similar to the spikes that were used in the COVID vaccines. And we have similar data that's emerging from studies in human beings. And what you see looking at it from the side, what you can see is the antibodies that are elicited by vaccination, they don't bind to the top of the relevant domains of the envelope glycoprotein. They're only binding to the irrelevant bottom, which is an artifact of making the recombinant protein. And not only do these antibodies not bind to the key neutralizing epitopes on the envelope glycoprotein, they're distracting the immune system. And in fact, they make matters worse by causing the envelope glycoprotein to fall apart. So it is a very different picture. Just simply vaccinating with the same equivalent glycoprotein used in the COVID spike for HIV is not going to work in and of itself, and we need to do something different. Historically, when you don't really know what the path to an efficacious vaccine is, typically empiric approaches where you try different strategies and see if one works, at least to some degree, so you can get a signal for what an efficacious immune response might be that you could then build upon. That's been kind of the history of HIV vaccine development. In contrast, what you would really like is a correlative protection that you can then design your vaccine regimen to specifically elicit that immunologic response. And that's what the field is currently trying to do with neutralizing antibodies. I think all of you are well aware that there have been many HIV vaccine efficacy studies that have been done, and unfortunately, all of them, with a single exception, have given negative results. And the one that gave a positive response, at least marginally positive response, was the RV144, the so-called TIE trial, which had a suggestion that non-neutralizing antibodies might be able to mediate some degree of protection. But unfortunately, that signal has not been replicated in HPTN 702 or HPTN 705, and one has to wonder whether that signal in the TIE trial was really an accurate one or a generalizable one. And I think the answer is it's probably not generalizable for sure, but it's probably not going to be able to be extended either, because to have no idea whether you are on the right track until you get to a phase 3 study of an HIV vaccine, those days are gone. I mean, as you know, pre-exposure prophylaxis, as it becomes more widely used, especially if long-acting agents are used, will make it very difficult to do placebo-controlled or efficacy trials, or you won't be able to do placebo-controlled efficacy trials, and the sample size will be so large. So we can't keep repeating what has been done in the past. And moving forward, we need to build upon a defined correlate and then pursue that rigorously through carefully structured early phase clinical trials where we know in the first in human studies whether we're on the right track or not, and we can decide whether to go forward or not, or if we get a partially encouraging signal, we can then go back into the laboratory and iterate to further optimize it to get a better response. Thanks to you and the HPTN colleagues, we now have an answer here. The AMP trial, while overall it wasn't successful in the way it had hoped, it gave a very clear answer that if neutralizing antibodies are present at a sufficient quantity and targeting a susceptible circulating virus, you can be protected. And it also gave rise to an assessment of what the titer of neutralizing antibodies needed to be in order to confer protection. And the data that came out of the AMP trial, very interestingly and importantly, correlates very nicely with studies that have been done in non-human primates where different monoclonal antibodies have been infused as pre-exposure prophylaxis. So this now gives us a target to shoot at. It is a very difficult target for us to hit, but this is a very different place than HIV vaccine development has ever been before. If you ask yourself then, okay, well, how do we go about inducing neutralizing antibodies by vaccination? You first have to ask, how did neutralizing antibodies develop in HIV-infected people? And this is just data from a large cohort study, cross-sectional study that IAVI did, looking at the large number of individuals, asking how many of them make neutralizing antibodies, and then trying to understand what those antibodies recognize. If you look at the totality of the people studied, it turned out that only a small proportion of them made any discernible neutralizing antibodies at all, and an even smaller percent, probably around 1%, were making high levels of very good and broad neutralizing antibodies that could neutralize genetically diverse viral variants. Importantly, coming out of these and other studies was an understanding of where on the envelope glycoprotein these neutralizing antibodies bind, and you can see, looking at the envelope glycoprotein structure, that there are a number of targets, including the V2 apex, the V3 glycan, the CD4 binding site, which is a site that is recognized by the VRC01 antibody that was studied in the AMP trial, as well as an interface antibody and so-called EMPER antibodies that bind near the base of the envelope trimer and the cell surface where they come together. So these are the targets we know can be targeted by neutralizing antibodies, and our challenge is to elicit them by vaccination. And how do you do that? And first, you have to understand how those antibodies developed in HIV-infected people, and there have been a number of very elegant studies done by investigators investigators all around the world looking at this for each of the different epitopes we know are targeted by broadly neutralizing antibodies. And what we've seen is through amazingly detailed and informative studies that these antibodies develop with some difficulty in infected people. It takes a while for them to become fully broad and potent neutralizing antibodies, but we now have a good understanding of the process by which you go from a naive B cell precursor that is going to be where that antibody response first arises to how it evolves in this race between the virus replicating, the virus evolving and escaping from the neutralizing antibody response, and the neutralizing antibody response catching up and becoming even more broad and potent. So we now have a very good understanding of this process, and our challenge is to replicate it by vaccination. You know, going back to the comparison between HIV and SARS-CoV-2, just to show you how different these are. For HIV, you need very mutated antibody genes in order to neutralize the virus for the reasons I mentioned before. You need these complicated structures to get into the vulnerable domains on the envelope glycoprotein. So the extent of somatic hypermutation, the level of genetic diversity of the antibody is much higher for HIV than it is for SARS-CoV-2. You can see it's actually easy. The antibodies that neutralize SARS-CoV-2 are very close to the naive germline B cell receptor sequences. That's very different from what the case is with HIV. In addition, these heavy chain complementarity determining regions I mentioned before, they're actually very long in the case of HIV because they need these unusual structures, whereas with SARS-CoV-2, they're much shorter and they're much easier to generate, and those are much more prevalent in the naive B cell repertoire. So the idea of rational vaccine design in this instance is to actually identify broadly neutralizing antibodies, figure out where they bind on the HIV envelope glycoprotein, and then design an immunogen that is specifically intended to elicit those antibodies by vaccination. And this is the process. We need to recapitulate that process of genetically diversifying from naive B cell precursors, the so-called germline B cell receptors, all the way to mature broadly neutralizing antibodies that are present in long-lived plasma cells that can produce sufficient quantities of those antibodies to confer protection. And that is not, as I mentioned, an easy task. And as I mentioned earlier, the AMP trial, one of the reasons why it wasn't successful overall is because it just used one antibody against one single epitope. And we now know through modeling studies that to get an efficacious HIV vaccine, we're likely going to have to induce antibodies against 3 different epitopes on the envelope glycoprotein. So this means we're going to have to do multiple different targets to get an efficacious vaccine, and we need them at an appreciable titer. There are a number of different approaches that are being used by different investigators. It's a called lineage-based vaccine approach from Bart Haynes and colleagues at Duke. The germline targeting vaccine that I'll talk about, which is coming out of the Scripps and IAVI teams, and an immunofocusing vaccine design approach coming out of the NIH Vaccine Research Center. One common theme of all of these is you're not going to be using, as we have in SARS-CoV-2, a single vaccine that's administered on multiple occasions, the identical vaccine. What you're going to need to do here is sequential immunization with different vaccines in a specific sequence in order to basically walk the immune system from where it's starting from the naive B cell precursors all the way to mature, heavily mutated, broadly neutralizing antibodies. So this basically means we have a lot of work to do testing different immunogens to get that sequence right and to target 3 different epitopes. And the germline targeting approach is basically trying to do that by a specific understanding of what is going to activate that naive B cell precursor that starts the process down the path to a broadly neutralizing antibody, and then using multiple different vaccinations to get it further down that path all the way to a mature broadly neutralizing antibody. And the way this is done is using very sophisticated computational and structural biology that I don't have the time, unfortunately, to get into the details of, but it's very interesting and we believe generalizable, where we can understand where the antibody binds, design an immunogen that's going to activate that response, and then validate that using preclinical models, and then go into human beings. The challenge is to demonstrate whether this works or not. Unfortunately, the first study of this type was intended to induce VRC01 CD4 binding site antibodies, and it was the so-called EOD GT860mer, one of these computationally designed immunogens. It's targeting induction of CD4 binding site antibodies using a nanoparticle vaccine, and this was studied in the IAVI G001 study, the first in human testing of this germline targeting strategy. And the good news is that this approach worked better than we might have hoped it did. It induced these kind of early stage, activation of the naive B cell precursors to get them to the next stage of evolution in almost all of the study volunteers, which was very encouraging. And we now have the opportunity to move forward with this. But the way that we need to do this is to actually not only go just the first step of the path, we need to go further down that path to get neutralizing antibodies. We also need to induce the multiple specificities that I've mentioned, and it's probably going to be 2 or 3 different specificities. And in order to do this, and I think you've probably come to this conclusion yourself, we're going to need to test multiple different immunogens in specific sequences to see whether we can do this. And the problem here is that this will take a very long time if we had to rely on traditional methods of vaccine development. So for instance, it took almost 3 years to go from immunogen design to being ready to do a clinical trial of the EOD GT860mer used in the G001 study. If we could use RNA vaccine technology, we could move potentially much quicker. So for instance, it took Moderna 63 days to go from immunogen design to a clinical trial for their COVID vaccine. In addition, the RNA technology allows you to manufacture the vaccine much faster. The regulatory pathway now for RNA vaccines is much shorter, which is very beneficial. It also will hopefully allow making complicated formulations of different vaccine immunogens simpler, because it's the same modality, just different RNAs. And importantly, the COVID response has increased the global manufacturing capacity for RNA vaccines significantly. So now we're in a place where we hopefully can move much faster and iterate to go after these multiple different targets. And a number of studies of RNA vaccines are now in the clinic. The IAVI G002 study is intended to replicate and extend the IAVI G001 study that used a recombinant immunogen. The IAVI G003 study is going to be the first study of RNA vaccines targeting neutralizing antibodies to be conducted in Africa. And the HPTN 302 study has already started as well, which is looking at trimer immunization. And we don't think that that's going to induce broadly neutralizing antibodies, but we do believe that trimers are going to be a key component of a combination vaccination regimen. So we believe it's very important. All of this being said, we don't yet know whether RNA vaccine technology is going to work for HIV vaccine development. As I mentioned, SARS-CoV-2 was a pretty easy pathogen to go after for vaccine developers. HIV vaccine development, as we've talked about, is going to be much harder. And I think if all of us have found out with time, is that the immune responses to RNA vaccines, at least for COVID, have tended to wane over time rather quickly, and we can't have that be the case for HIV. We don't know whether that's a COVID-specific thing or an RNA platform specific thing. We'll have to find that out, and we will. But the bottom line is we are optimistic that the RNA platform will hopefully significantly accelerate our path to an efficacious HIV vaccine, and we should have a signal about whether we're on the right path with RNA vaccines by around this time next year, which is very encouraging. So now things are coming together in an integrated strategy. There have been a tremendous number of partners working together in a really positive way to make this happen, and an amazing group of people conducted the various studies I referred to. So just want to thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. And a great pleasure to be back with this family reunion. So really terrific. And my brief this morning in the next 20 minutes or so is to think about COVID-19 vaccines in people living with HIV. And so I will quickly talk about the collision of the two viral epidemics we're both very familiar with now, think about co-infection, the role of the vaccines, and I'll use the Western Cape province, which is where I come from, as a case study. So without doubt, we're all very aware that this last pandemic, COVID-19, has been truly global. And of course has had a huge toll on the world in terms of reported deaths, but even more so in terms of excess deaths. So we think we've probably underreported, particularly on the continent from which I come, Africa. And these two epidemics can coexist in human beings as individuals, obviously very different but of great importance, HIV being lifelong, whereas COVID-19, although it has had huge death toll, obviously can be survived. So again, honing in on the sub-Saharan Africa region, do want to point out that we also in this region have the predominance of the HIV epidemic, and not to forget the TB epidemic. So really 3 epidemics colliding in Africa, and as we are all aware, this is where the map flips, in that when it comes to where the vaccines are, of course, Africa less represented. Now, we talked about the world situation and the US situation in terms of indirect impact. This is just one example from South Africa to say COVID-19 has not only interacted at the individual level with people living with HIV, but also indirectly in terms of services. So just really to bear out what Dimitri and Peter were saying this morning, we saw about a 50% decline in HIV testing in South Africa, and a 50% decline in ART initiations in this paper here. And this is really reminds me to say that South Africa, like many countries, had a severe lockdown during 2020. Level 5, we were not allowed to smoke cigarettes, which may have been a good thing. And we weren't allowed to swim in the sea for about 3 to 4 months, all of which, you know, one can sort of question. But nevertheless, as a result of this, there have been, as I say, both direct and indirect repercussions. So I'm going to turn to the Western Cape for a moment, where, like the rest of South Africa and the rest of Africa, we've seen 4 waves: the ancestral, the beta-driven wave, the delta-driven wave, and the Omicron-driven wave. Omicron now, of course, BA4 and BA5 making its way through South Africa. And this is how the burden of disease in the Western Cape looked in 2016 on the left side of your screen, and how it looks with COVID-19 making an impact on the right side. Just reminding you, we have about 500,000 people living with HIV in a province of 7 million, and 50,000 people get diagnosed with TB every year. So the Western Cape surveillance team used a number of different platforms to look at the prevalence of SARS-CoV-2 infection. In particular, they looked at people living with diabetes, children in hospital, and people living with HIV. And what is staggering is that when they looked for SARS-CoV-2 previous infection in these blood samples, you can see that after wave 1, about a fifth to a third of people had already been infected. After wave 2, 50%, and after wave 3, 2/3 of diabetics had seen SARS-CoV-2. And amongst HIV positive people, 72% of people actually also having SARS-CoV-2 antibodies. So the lockdowns, and this really just brings home when you look at our very poor communities, and you saw a typical picture there of Khayelitsha, you can imagine being locked down in a community like Khayelitsha for 4 months. It is not a surprise that we see very high seroprevalence of SARS-CoV-2 in poorer communities, up to now probably 70 to 80% in South Africa alone. And of course, this relative immune protection in poorer communities came with a massive mortality cost. So with all of that background, you can imagine, and I know many of you in this room were very concerned as we thought about the collision of SARS-CoV-2 and HIV, in the early part of 22, when we're really coming to terms with what might happen. We saw early risk factors coming through. People, males, increased age, people living with non-communicable diseases, and we really worried where HIV would be on that spectrum. And the Western Cape was the first to really describe that, yes, there was increased risk for death for people who were co-infected with TB, as well as people co-infected with HIV, but somewhat of a relief, perhaps not as bad as what we expected, and certainly not as bad as those individuals who are older or having non-communicable disease. So here you see in the hazard ratio about a twofold increase amongst people living with HIV. And when we unpack the more immune-suppressed individuals, those individuals with higher viral loads and lower CD4 counts, we actually see sort of double that, so a fourfold risk of dying. Others looked throughout the whole of South Africa, and here you've got a nice paper from Cheryl Cohen looking at who were more likely, whether people living with HIV were more likely to develop symptomatic illness, and here you see an odds ratio or likelihood of just over threefold. And here, importantly, and this was in the news a couple of months ago, that people living with HIV are more likely to have persistent SARS-CoV-2 and shed the SARS-CoV-2 for longer. And there again, you see the hazard ratio, perhaps raising the important notion that we really need to encourage people living with HIV to seek out vaccination. What about this study, which was run by the WHO, involving more than 300,000 people in 38 countries, just bearing out that HIV indeed is an independent risk factor for for COVID illness and death. And again, the odds of severe COVID-19 increased, particularly amongst those who are male, older, and who also have other comorbidities. So again, the call being that we need to prioritize people living with HIV for COVID vaccination. So why is this? Well, when we dig down into immunity, we do see a decrease in IgGs and neutralizing antibodies in people with natural SARS-CoV-2 infection, and we see on the other side of the immune system a decrease in T-cell responses and polyfunctional profiles, also again with people who particularly have HIV and TB co-infection. This is the bit that was in the news. I know the BBC picked it up a lot, and there was a lot of concern and terrible stigmatization that maybe, people living with HIV are the progenitors of mutant SARS-CoV-2 and the cause of variants. There have been some studies done, but again, just to say this does apply to anybody who's immune suppressed. However, there are some examples, as you see here, published now by Tulio's group, that an individual who lived with HIV, quite suppressed CD4 count of 6, became infected with SARS-CoV-2 over a 7-month period, and only when she switched antiretrovirals became virally suppressed and then was able to get rid of her SARS-CoV-2. Looking at the evolution of mutations, you can see there were multiple SARS-CoV-2 mutations over time. So people living with HIV have had both direct and indirect impacts. Direct impact on the immune system, increased risk of chronic persistence and viral mutation, and it would seem somewhere between a 2 to 4-fold increase rate of mortality. So let's turn in the next few minutes to COVID vaccines. Are they effective in people living with HIV? Well, we know when we think about vaccines as a whole, and this is a systematic review looking at a number of different vaccines, Hep B, Hep A, measles, tetanus, the duration of seroprotection in this meta-analysis was shorter in people living with HIV, and that the current guidelines there are a substantial proportion of patients who would have lost protective antibodies before a booster was proposed. So we do have to think about not only do they work, but also are they as durable in people living with HIV. And here again, point you to a systematic review, and you can go and read the details, looking at the role of COVID-19 and the performance of COVID-19 vaccines. SARS-CoV-2 IgG seroconversion and neutralizing antibodies after the second dose looked reduced. Very important to look at whether people have had immune restoration, how their CD4 count is looking. So you see 15% lower neutralizing antibody responses compared to more thriving people living with HIV. And then vaccine effectiveness was 65% in this analysis. Again, CD4 counts that are lower have an impact on vaccine efficacy. And just to note, and I think this comes through very clearly, vaccine tolerability and safety is the same amongst people living with HIV and those who are negative. Again, we have case studies. This is with Pfizer, somebody very immune suppressed and really showing no immune responses after 2 doses of Pfizer. This doesn't necessarily mean that the vaccine doesn't have some effect. Obviously, we have immunogenicity studies and then we have vaccine effectiveness, but certainly raises a lot of concern. On the other hand, with Chadox here, somebody on ART with good immune restoration shows exactly the same kind of immunological responses to Chadox. Here's a nice study from a Canadian cohort looking at again, the mRNA vaccine, sorry, that's a typo, mRNA vaccines in people living with HIV. And again, the take-home message there is really that when CD4 count was accounted for, you do see lower responses, but when there are higher CD4 counts, you see a very good and similar response. This study also stratified for CD4 count level, and again, humoral and cell-mediated immunity was significantly poorer in those people who had CD4s lower than 200. So the response, I know Dimitri would be saying here, what we have to do here is encourage people to get on their antiretrovirals, take their antiretrovirals, and make sure that they are virally suppressed, and then the vaccines work just as well. And finally, bringing home the durability aspect here. This is a study looking at both Chadox and Pfizer 3 months after the second dose of either Chadox or Pfizer. And again, CD4 count being the critical difference here in terms of responses to vaccination. We've done some of these studies in South Africa. Shabir Mahdi looked, and so what's the impact of the variants? And this is the beta variant on the Novavax vaccine. And first of all, it had a ding overall, vaccine effectiveness dropping to 50%, but in people living with HIV, all the way down to 10%. It was a small sample, but still worrying. He did look at Chadox, again, and here with the beta variant, and perhaps a little more encouraging here, that people with HIV showed cross-reactive binding to the beta variant, but again, only in people who are high responders. So perhaps suggesting, again, that it will depend on people's immunity. What is the vaccine effectiveness in the real world? And here you see the hazard ratio in the Western Cape, and there is protection from vaccines when we look overall in the Western Cape. And again, you're getting the theme here when we look at, looking at HIV negative people and people living with HIV, very similar responses in terms of vaccine effectiveness. I'll remind you that in South Africa, we vaccinate with Pfizer and the single-dose J&J. And then I don't want to leave the inactivated vaccines and the killed vaccines out. This is a nice study from Brazil with Sinovac showing immunogenicity with Sinovac with that same theme about CD4 count level. I'll just really bring the biggest number of people living with HIV to your attention. This is the large study we did amongst 500,000 healthcare workers, single dose of J&J. We had 40,000 self-reported healthcare workers living with HIV in this study. It was shown to be safe. And those data are published. We saw really maintained vaccine effectiveness in the elderly and overall a good vaccine effectiveness in people living with HIV, although a slight reduction in protection against death in the face of the beta and delta waves. So again, there you see even a single dose of J&J looking pretty impressive. We've looked at the immunogenicity from there. This is a small sample of the Sisonke population. And again, the theme coming through about worrying about a CD4 count. And this is very recent data, literally put this in last night. We have a nice immunogenicity study. Watch this space because we have a good representation of people living with HIV, having undergone a single dose of J&J, and now a second dose of J&J. And we've looked at binding antibodies. The message I would bring here, and this, I suppose, thankfully, in South Africa, many of us now have hybrid immunity. We've had both infection and vaccination, and that certainly works very well even in people living with HIV. So we see well-maintained binding antibodies, responses to the spike ELISA, although again, where vaccine only occurs, and this is single dose, we see a bit of a fall-off in people who have not also been infected with SARS-CoV-2. Overall, T-cell responses good for CD4 and CD8. I won't go into all the details. I know we've all got very good at looking at the dots in graphs in the last 2 years, which is what vaccinologists love to do. But maybe in the interest of time, I'll go to the summary slide to say 2/3 of cohort had evidence of prior exposure, as I already explained to you. In all groups, we see very good high binding antibody responses. We see good T-cell responses, a little bit of anxiety with the single dose, particularly as mentioned when CD4 counts are low. There haven't been a lot of dedicated trials amongst people living with HIV. Numbers are very small, and so the HPTN and there are people in this room that are participating in this wonderful study. Again, just to make everybody aware, we do have the Ubuntu study. What we're doing here is we're looking at Moderna 3 doses if people are COVID seronegative, or 2 doses if they are COVID seropositive. These are the sites, many of you involved. We've already got 10,000 people enrolled. A little bit of data coming out of there is maybe just to bring it home that when CD4 counts are low, we are more likely to see asymptomatic carriage, even in the face of Omicron. And finally, I must say a word about vaccine uptake. This is a small study from Oregon, but just saying really the same kind of vaccine hesitancy appears to occur with people living with HIV. And so that same kind of approach we need to take, as you say, Dimitri, the movable middle. These also include the people who live with HIV, but I think I've made a case that we really do want to promote vaccination amongst those individuals. Can't agree more that we do desperately need an HIV vaccine. And the last interaction I would just say is that the COVID-19 epidemic has birthed this new concept, and as Mark showed beautifully, we hopefully will be seeing some other good things come out of the COVID-19 epidemic in terms of vaccinology. And I'll stop there to say that vaccination is recommended. There's no evidence that people living with HIV have a higher rate of side effects or unusual side effects. COVID-19 stimulates strong antibody responses, particularly if people are on their antiretrovirals and their virus is suppressed. And people remain a priority group for 3rd doses and or booster doses for the reasons that I think I've displayed. Thanks.
Thank you very much to the HPTN leadership for inviting me to discuss the impact of COVID-19 on site research. And I would also like to start by thanking my colleagues on the African continent. I've talked to many people as I prepared my presentation so that I have a well-represented discussion. So yes, my name is Nyaradzo Mgodi from the University of Zimbabwe. So this has been talked about so many times since Sunday. As of the 5th of June, we had about 532 million cases of COVID globally, with 6,300,000 deaths. So really in 2020, we were caught unawares by this pandemic, and we suffered a lot in terms of, it was a multifaceted effect on our lives. So before I go on to the impact on site research, I really must discuss the ramifications of the pandemic on service delivery. This has been talked about a lot this morning. Even Linda Gale, she has just talked about this. So the ramifications extended beyond sites, beyond HPTN as a network, beyond DAIDS networks. It was really global. So I'll start with the response to COVID-19 in Zimbabwe, and you'll see that this is really the same in other countries world over. So in Zimbabwe, we had a centralized national COVID-19 response, which was coordinated by the government of Zimbabwe, and it set policies and guidelines. And like anywhere in the world, we had to repurpose and redirect our resources and finances to address the escalating COVID-19 cases. We even had to repurpose, for example, GeneXpert machines for HIV testing and for STI diagnosis to COVID diagnosis. And we've just heard about the strict lockdowns which were instituted, and they restricted movement and forced people to spend time indoors, and this meant limited access to health facilities. And there was interruption of essential health services, maternal, sexual reproductive health, HIV, TB, among many, many others. And in Zimbabwe, our facilities were really, really overwhelmed, especially with the first and second waves before we started vaccination. And we only started vaccination in February of 2021. And to date, we've vaccinated about 30% of the population. And we use mainly Verocell vaccines. Coming to Kenya, it wasn't any different. You'll see that this has been talked about many times this morning and this week. HIV testing declined. People living with HIV active on ART, this was a good indicator. There was an increase in terms of the numbers of people on ART. But there was a decline in early infant diagnosis, mainly because of commodities, but people are initiating PrEP. The program grew. So there were pluses and minuses in Kenya, but overall, this is what was happening world over. Of course, like Zimbabwe, where we had our minister being relieved of his duties, the Minister of Health being relieved of his duties for misappropriating funds, for alleged misappropriation of funds for COVID. This happened in many countries in Africa. Here we see that Kenya's health workers were unprotected and they were falling ill and they walked off their jobs because of poor health poor conditions in healthcare facilities. And there were many strikes, doctors were threatening to walk off, and this was just, yes, it was hard in the first few months. And here we see that in 2021, there was a report that supplies ran low as Kenya and US stand off over HIV drugs. Coming to Malawi, this has been discussed already, but we know that there were missed refills, doses of family planning and medications for chronic conditions, HIV, TB, hypertension, and many, many other chronic conditions. And notably in Malawi, there were increased burden of teenage pregnancies at health facilities, and like anywhere in the world, there were supply chain disruptions. And loss of frontline healthcare workers due to death and burnout. So most of us in sub-Saharan Africa, we lost a lot of healthcare workers. And in Malawi and Zimbabwe, I know this, there were rumors about facilities injecting COVID. So there was a temporary reduction of uptake of services for fear of coming to health facilities. And in Malawi, mainly there were blossoming medicine and pharmaceutical shops, because people were afraid to go to the hospitals. And there were loss of jobs, which led to psychological challenges and other health issues. My talk is mainly on sub-Saharan Africa, but I thought I should just bring out the unique issues about the United States, which experienced the Great Resignation in the US mid-2021 to early 2022. And I've just circled here that about 50% of people resigned because of childcare. I think for us in Africa, because of the extended families and the great social network support, we didn't see this challenge in Africa. We took our children to school at homes, and we had our parents, we had our cousins, sisters, aunts helping us with the education of children. Unlike in America here, 50% of people who resigned did so because of childcare. So coming back to the impact on research sites, really, the early days were extremely brutal for participants, for us as site staff, and for everyone. The pandemic affected all facets of research, including our personal lives. So I hear that Linda Gill said they couldn't even smoke or go swimming. We couldn't even walk out of our gates for fear of the pandemic and the virus outside the gates. Yeah. So what was the impact of COVID-19 on site research? I started here with regulatory considerations. So like the regulators were not immune to SARS-CoV-2. So also they had shortages of staff. So it meant that our regulatory submissions were delayed every now and then. But I must applaud all the regulatory authorities, the institutional ethics committees. They expedited COVID research reviews. However, because COVID was expedited, there was a slowdown or backlog in review of non-COVID research like HIV. And also we experienced slower than normal startup. So this led to long pre-activation periods, which came with cost implications, and there were challenges on staff morale, because now staff didn't know whether we were going to start the studies, whether we were going to continue, so morale was quite low. And of course, there were disruptions in supply chain management with clinic and lab supply outages. The human resource, we've heard a lot about this. There was increased workload on the staff that remained at work. Many were off because of sickness or because of burnout or because they were taking care of relatives and other loved ones. And of course, I've talked about the financial implications. There was need for increased funding for PPE, for testing, and many, many other universal preventive measures. Coming onto the clinic floor, we had missed visits due to study pauses. Many of our studies were paused because of the pandemic, and because there were travel restrictions, many of our participants couldn't come to clinic, and those who could sometimes just wouldn't because they feared exposure to the virus during travel. We also experienced challenges with scheduling of participant visits due to them being in quarantine or in isolation. So we had many missed visits because of this. And then protocol deviations were a common occurrence because we ended up doing clinical evaluations outside of study visit windows. We had missed visits, which were supposed to be reported at protocol deviations. So this meant that we had an increased workload in terms of reporting to the IRBs. And then, of course, loss to follow up. Some participants decided to withdraw from studies to reduce travel and contact with many people. And in line with decongestion of public vehicles, this resulted in restrictions which translated to participants not being able to come to clinic, and it made visit scheduling very difficult. So what were some of the mitigatory strategies that we put into effect? We integrated a multi-sectorial engagement, and this was an integral pillar in our responses as African sites to strengthen our ability to mitigate the negative consequences I've just talked about. Like anywhere in the world, all the African countries, we established COVID-19 task forces, and we had infection prevention and control SOPs, and the measures that we implemented on the ground include, but are not limited to, universal infection prevention and control measures such as washing hands, masking, physical distancing, and so forth. We also had to split our site staff into 2 teams, which alternated coming to clinic, so that one team would be working in clinic, the other team would be working remotely from home. And we also had to screen our participants, staff, and all visitors who came to site. In Zimbabwe, for the 5 HPTN 084 sites, 4 of them are in 3 of them are in city health departments. So for us, we had all our participants being tested for COVID at entry, at port of entry. So that helped to screen our participants. And we also erected isolation tents outside the clinic. And some laboratories, especially in South Africa, they set up COVID PCR testing quite early in the pandemic, and thereafter testing of staff started. And what also we did in Zimbabwe, and I know Uganda did this, we worked with our CAB members, we worked with our IRBs to give starter packs for participants and staff who were symptomatic. So we gave them empiric steroids and empiric antibiotics and supplements. So we reinforced our relationships with local ethics committee, community advisory boards, partner organizations, and other stakeholders, and we had well-established communication lines amongst staff who worked from home. And we had ICE materials for COVID, for staff, for participants, and the general population. And we tried as much as we could to make our working environment conducive. These were hard times, so we had to go out of our way to make the clinics conducive. And we did a lot of work in terms of mental health and counseling services for intimate partner violence and due to quarantine and loss of income, depression, anxiety, and bereavement, all which were associated with COVID-19. And we provided transport as much as we could for our participants, and working with CAB and the IRBs, and I know Zimbabwe, we did this, and Uganda did as well. We came up with food hampers, which was like a food basket with the staple foods. So this really helped our participants. This just shows what we did, facilities, equipment, and vehicles in terms of disinfection. one unique thing that we did in Zimbabwe, because of the limitations and the restrictions to movement, we had to come up with a letter, an access letter, which was put on a letterhead for the Ministry of Health. And we wrote this letter in very, very simple language to say, please note that this is a client or a member of staff at such and such a clinic. Please allow them access to come to clinic. And we had input from the Zimbabwe Republic Police and from the Community Advisory Board. And we used very simple language, and it helped to ease the restrictions in terms of transportation or access to the sites. So this has been said many a time that there were positive outcomes from the pandemic. What we learned in HIV, we used it for COVID, and we know that our site leadership was involved in many COVID-19 task forces. In Zimbabwe and Malawi, we had the oxygen roadmap, which led to oxygen plants in Malawi and Zimbabwe. And despite the hard life that we had with COVID-19, we had time to laugh, even in the background. So I was going to share the success story of HPTN 084, but because of time, I'll just want to really call out to the strong proactive leadership that HPTN 084 team showed. Right from the beginning, on the 17th of March, the leadership, they worked with us as SAIS to map the way forward in terms of what should we do to mitigate COVID-19. And we had so many guidances which helped us to become the successful team that HPTN 084 was. So against all odds, the HPTN 084 team, we developed study-specific risk mitigation plans, which helped us to do the study. We met the accrual targets, we had good retention, we had good adherence to visit and product, and we had good data quality. And from here, we have many recommendations that would like to give people in terms of other pandemics that might occur in future. So, in summary, the impact of COVID-19 on sites, we did lose some battles, especially early on in the pandemic, but I believe that we are winning the war, and we were operational throughout the pandemic, and we came out with risk mitigation strategies. So after the initial few months of disruptions to operations, we quickly started functioning well in the new normal. And I really must say that we lost some loved ones. So many people, so many. I couldn't get all the names, I couldn't get all the pictures, but we did lose so many people to the pandemic. But because we're adaptable, we're flexible, and we learned a lot, we became resilient, and we forge on. So I say thank you.
Thank you. I think thank you, Nyaratso, and thanks to all the site staff and, of course, the community and participants. It's been a remarkable journey, and what an amazing partnership. So thank you. We're going to start as well with questions. So as we did last time, we'll start with at the microphones. I'll start from this end and move that way. And if you're there, you have to wave because it's impossible to see. Okay, maybe I'll start from this end this time. Please go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you all so much. And Nyaratso, we're so grateful that you survived and your site thrived. And it's just an extraordinary example of resilience, really, just remarkable. So congratulations to you and all of your team. My question really, Linda Gale, is for you, which is that I think the Sisonke findings suggest that that single dose of J&J really made a difference. And of course, we all were enthusiastic about that, particularly for low and middle income countries because of the operational ease and the distribution. And yet it seems not to have had much traction. It hasn't, had the support. And I know that manufacturing is set up in South Africa, and it seems that there weren't even any bids from the continent, and that the plant may end up closing. So what do you think we can do to sort of really address that issue? Because if single-dose J&J has worked so well in South Africa, it ought to help us get out of this vaccine lack of equity that we still face. Thanks.
Should I answer?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
and I'll keep it short. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, and just to remind everyone that along with the mRNA, the Ad26 cousin continues in our sister network as the Mosaico. So just shout out to that study that continues. So Ad26 was devised very much with the mind to be an emergency response. So single dose, it doesn't need refrigeration, it's easy to deploy. I think it struggled because we met that pause in April of 2020 because of this new phenomenon of the thrombocytopenic thrombosis syndrome, which I think sort of threw everyone. Now, interestingly, I didn't have time to go into that. We in Africa have actually deployed more than 11 million doses of the J&J, and we've not had a single death due to TTS. Now, you could say that may be, underreporting or misreporting, but it does seem like, we're not seeing the same phenomena that maybe had occurred in the States that I think has pushed the CDC and the FDA to recommend it as a third level recommendation. That has repercussions far afield. People hear that. It causes vaccine anxiety. And I think that's been at the heart of the reason that, we now have seen a cooling off, which is such a shame, because I know that Aspen was ready to manufacture 450 million doses for Africa in this regard. We have just, again, a quick plug, we have looked at 2 doses of J&J, and it compares absolutely to 2 doses of Pfizer against Omicron in terms of its performance. So I think it is one we don't want to throw away, particularly for the continent of Africa. And obviously the Ad26 platform remains an important one. I think we're going to see very interesting sort of characteristics of the different platforms. Mark alluded to the fact that maybe durability is something we need to think about with mRNA, with Ad26, that may bring another level. And I didn't have time, this is my pet subject you can hear, but heterologous boosting is now to be recommended, so why not mix and match? Go for it, get your boost. If you haven't done so, please do so as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mike, please.
Well, thank all three of you for really terrific talks. I have a question for Mark. 2 questions, really. One question is about the probability. You very nicely laid out the idea of providing a vaccine that would make neutralizing antibodies. It's kind of a sea change in our world. But the concentrations that we predict are necessary are like so much higher than any vaccine we make. You had we think it's 1 in 200 from Peter Gilbert's work. Is it possible? So I'll ask mostly, is it possible? Can we ever get that high? That's my first point. And my second point has to do with mRNA vaccine durability. I just am curious. We've heard a lot of hypotheses about why the durability is poor. You started alluding that maybe it's like poor for all. It may not be generic, but I'd just like your feelings about the hypotheses. I'll stop. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah. No, thanks, Mike. Those are both clearly very important questions. With respect to will we be able to hit the target of persistently high antibody titers that would correlate with protection, assuming that the AMP trial results can be extrapolated, which I think they likely should be able to be. I mean, the data both in humans and non-human primates suggest that that's true. That's really a very challenging target, but I don't see us having any other alternative. I mean, I think we've learned enough to know that we're not going to get there without inducing neutralizing antibodies. We may want to have vaccines that also induce T-cell responses to augment that, which I think will be important. And there's some suggestion that if you have, at least from non-human primates, if you have T-cell responses, you might need a lower titer of neutralizing antibodies to get protection. So we're learning, but I think we have a path to be successful, and we know what the goal to hit is, which we didn't have before. I don't think we can back off trying, even if the challenge is very hard. And there's an amazing level of innovation in the field. There's also an amazing level of collaboration in the field. So I think we're in a better place now than we've been. With respect to, the durability of RNA vaccines, I think we'll just have to learn that. I think there'll be a lot of clarity on that in the coming year. I mean, as you know, the vaccination schedule for the RNAs and other vaccines was accelerated beyond what we know is probably optimal to get long-term memory responses. Was that a factor? Is it SARS-CoV-2? Is it, how the host interacts with that? I mean, we don't know. I think the data from the various studies that I mentioned of the HIV vaccines and the data that will emerge from RNA vaccines of other, types, Moderna just announced a flu vaccine study starting. We'll have more information about that. I hope it's not inherent to the platform, but if it is inherent to the platform, that will be a disappointment, but it won't mean that it won't help us accelerate HIV vaccine development, even if the ultimate vaccine is not based on RNA.
Thank you. Last question, please.
Thank you so much to all the presenters. My question is to Mark. Is the germline technology inducing different types of broadly neutralizing antibodies, or is it mainly one? And then to Nyeratso, a very quick one. In Uganda, one positive aspect was the IRB, the National Council, and also the Drug Authority carrying out joint reviews for studies, which has really quickened things. I'm wondering if that also happened for you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The first, germline targeting study, which I think validates the approach, it doesn't validate the generalizability of the approach, was the G001 study, which was trying to elicit or begin the process of eliciting CD4 binding site antibodies like the VRC01 antibody. That was very encouraging. There's preclinical data, including from very stringent mice as well as non-human primates, that suggests we can do similar things targeting other epitopes, and those will be advancing into clinical trials. The real advantage of the RNA, as I mentioned, is it will help us move much more quickly to get those into the clinic and study whether we're on the right track or not. So we'll, again, have lots more information in the next couple years.
Thank you. Yes, quick response, Nyeratso. Go ahead.
So thank you very much for that question. So Zimbabwe had just started on harmonization of reviews, of ethical reviews. So we were still in that process, but even though they were not having joint reviews, everything was harmonized with very quick turnaround times, especially for COVID-19 protocols, with turnaround times as short as 24 to 48 hours, but lagging behind in non-COVID protocols. But thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. And these are some great lessons learned from COVID-19, both in terms of the mRNA platform and the ability to iteratively, quickly be able to move new products along the line, as well as also really amazing lessons learned in terms of how to facilitate and enable the research to go on in a much more efficient and effective way. And I do hope, of course, that based on what Linda Gale said, is that we do prioritize people living with HIV for vaccination. Somehow I haven't seen the momentum behind that, but I think it's based on the data you showed. I think it's really important to keep for our participants, if they're living with HIV, but also as well for others, and to stress the importance of a third dose. Well, thank you very much. We're going to move on to thank this panel first, and then we'll move on to our next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, people are coming. Here is your chance to stand up and have a stretch. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Have a stretch. It's been a long morning, but what an amazing set of presentations. This has just been so cool to have this thing. It's just been amazing. And I know this next section I know some people really enjoy this next section because you get to all think about how statisticians view the world. And many of you actually really enjoy that kind of technical side of what we do. And so I'm here to present. I have 3 speakers here today, and I'm just going to briefly introduce them with some comments as well. So Dr. Jim Hughes is our first speaker, and he's a biostatistician who's applied statistical methods to problems in HIV, AIDS, and other sexually transmitted diseases. I think he's very well known to you. But the big announcement for today is Jim is distinguished enough that he's actually going to emeritus status as of the end of this month. So we will not be seeing him at these meetings. Again, he's going to continue. He's still going to be on the end of a phone line for me, thank God. The other thing I wanted to say is that, and the new face up here, Ting Yi, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Biostatistics in the University of Washington, and if she just got hired here this year at the Biostatistics Department of that particular university, she's going to be really, really smart and really, really good. And she has agreed to take over the subcontract I have had with Jim for the past, I don't know how many years. So Ting is our new face. She's going to be on the 106 protocol. 104 protocol, the MPP, the multi-prevention products one. I'm using MPT, I'm going to stop. Dobromir Dimitrov is part of our math modeling core, and he co-leads the Math Modeling Center. You all probably know we have a Math Modeling Center which is also centered in, we have a group at London who works with us. I also have to say that's been extended a little bit to Harvard because Ruan has taken the cost-effectiveness modeling with her when she moved to Harvard this last year, so we're still, and we have our cost-effectiveness person, Jesse, is around here. So there he is over there. So Jesse is our cost-effectiveness. He's working now. That's a sort of a new addition with this start. So Dobromir is going to talk to you actually about some work that was presented to the WHO as part of the CAB guidelines, which we're all eagerly awaiting to come out. So it'll be interesting for you to hear that. So I'm not going to stand up again. The speakers are going to go 1, 2, 3 because I know they've got enough. They can introduce themselves. So thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, Deborah. It's always a lot of fun to talk to this group. I want to acknowledge my collaborators on this talk, as shown on this slide, particularly Avi Kenny, who led this work. He's a student in biostatistics at the University of Washington. So I'm going to be talking about stepped wedge design trials and a little bit of background on those in case you are not familiar with them. Stepped wedge trials are usually done in the context of a cluster randomized trial, so one where we randomize clusters of individuals, might be communities or hospitals or health clinics, and measure the outcome on individuals. The HPTN 071 is a recent example of a cluster randomized trial the network has run. Most cluster randomized trials use what is called a parallel design, as shown in the left-hand figure here, where half the clusters are randomized to the intervention and half to the standard of care or control condition. You then implement the intervention in the intervention communities, measure the outcome in all communities, and compare the outcome between the control and intervention communities. Step wedge trials are a little different. In a step wedge trial, all the communities eventually get the intervention, but instead you randomize them to when they get the intervention. So as you can see in the figure on the right-hand side of the slide, all the communities typically start in the control condition, and then you randomly select one or more communities to begin to receive the intervention. That once the intervention is applied in the community, it continues to be applied. Then at the next time step, you randomly select another community, or in this case 2, to receive the intervention, and so on over time. It's particularly useful when you are trying to get information on the effect of an intervention, like real-world effect of an intervention during a rollout. So, for instance, Minister of Health may be wanting to roll out a new program across the country, can't do it everywhere at once, So you implement it by health districts, and you use this sort of step wedge design to get information on the impact of the program as it's being rolled out. The outcome is measured on each cluster at each time point, typically. Now, to be completely honest with you, step wedge is not a really great design. It's not the most preferred design. And one of the reasons for that, as you can see from this, is that it intentionally confounds the intervention effect with any underlying time trend. So for instance, if you're measuring disease incidence over time and the disease incidence is declining over time, you can see that there are more observations later in time in the intervention community or periods than in the control periods. And so it could make the intervention look effective if you did a naive analysis without controlling for any underlying time trends. So to deal with that issue, you need some sort of statistical model. And in 2007, my student Mike Hussey and myself proposed this model for analyzing step wedge designs. And the idea behind this model is that you have some outcome Y measured on individual K and cluster I at time J. And that's a function of an overall effect, but in particular, a time trend. So beta basically encapsulates the time effect at time J. And so that's the way we try and remove the underlying time effect. It is assumed to be constant across all the clusters, so it's sort of this idea of a global time effect. What we're really interested in, though, is the intervention effect, and so that's encapsulated in this term delta. The intervention effect or treatment effect is delta, and delta basically gets applied once the intervention is turned on, and so X is the treatment indicator. Basically, Xij is the treatment turned on in cluster I at time J. It's simply 0 or 1. And then there's a bunch of other stuff in the model, so-called random effects that basically encapsulate the fact that multiple individuals in the same cluster are correlated or more alike than individuals in different clusters. And people have added or proposed over the time period since this model was introduced additional random effects to capture additional variability and so forth. But what I really want to focus on today is the intervention effect part of this model, because there's a pretty strong assumption encapsulated in that term. And that assumption is that once the intervention turns on in a particular cluster, X goes from 0 to 1, you get the full intervention effect immediately, and then it is constant for the remainder of the period of observation. So we call that the immediate treatment effect model. And that might be a completely reasonable assumption for some interventions. You could imagine a surgical checklist in a hospital that as soon as you start using this surgical checklist, you might expect that surgical errors and mistakes might go down pretty much immediately. But you could also imagine lots of interventions where that assumption probably might be questionable. If we're trying to reduce incidence of disease and our intervention is basically breaking chains of infection, that might take a while to really propagate over time to see the full intervention effect. And so this recent work that we've done, led by Avi Kenny, this paper has now been accepted in Statistics in Medicine, proposes an alternative model, which we call the exposure time model, ETI model. And it simply says that the treatment effect could be a function of the exposure time. Now, I do want to distinguish, exposure time is the time since the treatment was introduced. It's not the same as that overall time trend I talked about. That's just a function of study time. To make that idea clear, basically, here's that step wedge design. So these periods would have an exposure time of 1. So we would fit a treatment effect at 1 unit passed after it's been introduced. These time periods would have an exposure time of 2. We would fit a different treatment effect at that time. at that exposure time. Exposure time 3, exposure time 4. Okay. So that's the model we proposed. And after we were working on this model for a while, we asked the following question, which, to be honest, it took us a while to even ask this question because we sort of thought the answer was obvious. But we asked the questions of, hey, what would happen if data is really being generated according to this model too, the one with the varying exposure time effect, but you mistakenly analyze it with the standard model that everybody's used since the original paper in 2007. What kind of results would you get? And so to answer that question, I've got 4 scenarios here. Each of these panels is basically the same. The x-axis is the exposure time. 0 would mean control, and 1 would be the first time unit after the treatment is introduced, and so on. And then the intervention effect is arbitrarily scaled on the y-axis to a maximum of 1. The leftmost panel is basically the instantaneous treatment model. So that's the one that people typically assume, that the treatment effect happens instantaneously once the treatment is introduced, and you get the maximum constant effect over time. Panels B, C, and D are various versions of time-varying treatment effects. In panel B, basically you get no treatment effect for a couple time units even after the treatment is introduced, and then it magically goes up to the full treatment. And C and D are other versions of where the treatment sort of waxes over time. So, okay, so the question is, what happens if we analyze each of these under the assumption that the treatment effect is immediate and constant? And it's useful to say, well, what do you think would happen? That's certainly what I asked myself, and I thought, well, the answer is pretty obvious, that, this is what I would think would be happening. The leftmost panel, the immediate treatment effect assumption, is correct, and so it should appropriately estimate that, and you can see that in the little dash yellow line kind of superimposed right on the blue line. More interesting case was B, C, and D, where the immediate treatment effect assumption was violated. And I guess I assumed in taking B, for example, that, well, okay, we've got 4 time units past the intervention when you get the full effect 1, 2 time units when you get no effect 0. Maybe it's going to estimate the average of that, about 2/3, and that's where that yellow line is. And similarly for the other 2, I thought it would estimate some sort of average effect over time. I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Unfortunately, that's not what happens. What really happens is shown here. So again, leftmost panel, immediate treatment effect is correct, and it correctly estimates that treatment effect. No problem there. But look at B. Even though after a couple time units, you immediately get up to the full treatment effect of 1, what that immediate treatment model estimates is, in fact, a negative effect in the opposite direction of the true effect, small but negative. C behaves a little bit better. I mean, it's at least in the range of the observed treatment effects, but it's quite a bit lower than I might have expected. And if you go to D, we're back in this bizarre situation where even though we get a growing treatment effect over time, the immediate treatment effect model estimates it as effectively 0. So when I saw these results, I was like shocked. It's like, what do you say to your student? You've made an error, right? Go find the error in your code. But unfortunately, it's not an error. And he was even able to prove a statistical theorem to show this, and we did it in simulations as well. So I won't go into the technical explanation of why it happens. If you're really interested, we could deal with that in the question period. But I think the more interesting or important question, I think, here is, so what the heck do we do about this? I mean, if you're analyzing a step wedge trial or designing a step wedge trial where you think there might be a possibility the treatment effect is varying over time, what should you do in light of these results? And I think the answer is twofold. First off, you need to think pretty hard about exactly what you mean by treatment effect in these situations. I mean, in that first situation where the treatment effect is immediate and constant, it's pretty obvious. There's only one clear definition of the treatment effect. But if the treatment effect is varying over time, then you have to think about what do you mean by the treatment effect. Do you mean the treatment effect at, say, 3 time units after you've introduced the intervention at a particular point in time? Do you mean the average treatment effect over time? Do you mean the treatment effect after a particular lag period? So that's a scientific question. It's not really a statistical question. You have to think pretty hard about what you mean by treatment effect when the treatment effect is time varying. That's part of the answer. The other part of the answer is a bit more statistical, and it basically, our advice is to avoid modeling assumptions, but instead to use that basically exposure time indicator model to so fit this model that allows a very flexible form for the treatment effect time where you fit a treatment effect at every individual lag, and then based on your answer to one, how do you want to basically define the treatment effect, then just form an appropriate estimator based on these individual deltas, delta 1, delta 2, delta 3. So if I want to take the average over a particular period, then I average delta 1, delta 2, delta 3. Or if I want to define the treatment effect as the treatment effect of a particular lag after the intervention is introduced, then I define the treatment effect as that particular delta. Don't build the assumptions into the model, allow a flexible treatment effect, and form your estimator afterwards, after the fact. So that has some advantages. Basically, the estimate, or going back to the immediate treatment model, the estimate from the immediate treatment model is biased for any of these average or point treatment effects in all cases, except where that model is in exactly precisely true. Whereas this estimator that we're proposing based on averaging, the deltas, is unbiased in all cases. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Our proposal is going to be less efficient, meaning a larger standard error, bigger confidence interval, harder to get significant p-values in the case when the immediate treatment effect model is indeed true. So if the immediate treatment effect model is true, using that standard model is going to be the more efficient approach, but what we're proposing is basically more robust and can save you some from what we think is some pretty counterintuitive results if the treatment effect is time varying. Basically, conclusions that in step wedge studies, you have to be really careful about fitting models that assume an immediate constant treatment effect because they might not give reasonable results when that assumption is violated. You have to think pretty carefully about how you want to define the treatment effect, and in most cases, we do recommend constructing a robust estimate of treatment effect based on this ETI model. So thanks very much, and here are acknowledgments. It's right at the green button.
Oh, I see. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Deborah, for the nice introduction, and it's my great pleasure, and I'm so fortunate to join the PTN family, and it's just a great pleasure to talk here about my research on covariate adjustment in randomized clinical trials. This is the outline of my talk today. First, I will introduce what I mean by covariate adjustment at the design and analysis stages of randomized clinical trials. And then I'll focus on discussing adjustments using linear working models and time to event outcomes. And finally, I'll conclude with a summary. And it's important to note that all the results in this talk hold without assuming the models are correct, but we will use a lot of models to generate estimators and test the statistics. Okay, so in clinical trials, we collect a lot of baseline covariates, and as emphasized in regulatory agency guidelines, these covariates are encouraged to be utilized in two ways. The first is at the design stage, covariate adaptive randomization is encouraged to be used, which balance across baseline covariates to gain credibility and efficiency of the results. And at the analysis stage, the model-assisted inference is often used, which leads to more efficient use of data under the same assumption required by the unadjusted analysis. And a little bit more details on these two stages. At the design stage, the covariate adaptive randomization, also known as the restricted randomization, is to balance treatment assignments across discrete baseline covariates. And examples of this include Pocock and Simons minimization, stratified urn design, stratified bias coin randomization, and perhaps the most popular stratified permuted block randomization. And at the analysis stage, covariate adjustment is really a statistical method with high potential to improve precision for many trials. It has three key ingredients. The first one is it should be pre-planned, and it adjusts for baseline variables when evaluating the treatment effect. And second, the target parameter should be the same as when using unadjusted method, for example, difference in means. So using covariate adjustment shouldn't change the target parameter. And the third one is the goal is to avoid making any model assumption beyond what's assumed for the unadjusted analysis. And therefore, our approach will be robust to model misspecification. Actually, one example of covariate adjustment that has these three ingredients is the ANCOVA, also known as analysis of covariance. And in this case, suppose the primary endpoint is continuous or binary, and the target parameter is the difference in means between the treated and the control. Then we can fit a linear model that includes the treatment indicator, the treatment main effect, and the covariate main effect. And then we obtain the estimator in front of the treatment indicator as our estimator of the treatment effect. So we use this model to generate the estimator of treatment effect. And if the model is correct, then we all know that the estimator is estimating the treatment effect, and it's more efficient it's more precise than the unadjusted estimator. But when the model is incorrect, this is a more interesting scenario, is that this estimator still correctly estimates the target parameter. However, the downside of using ANCOVA is that the estimator can be less precise than the simple mean difference. It often is more precise, but it can be less precise in some scenarios. And this is using this DART analogy is that the ANCOVA and the simple mean difference, they are targeting the same M, but in some cases, the ANCOVA can have worse performance compared to the simple mean difference. Furthermore, to avoid making modeling assumption, it's important that the variance estimation should also be robust to model misspecification. And the third one is the variance estimation should account for covariate adaptive randomization if that's the randomization we performed in the design stage. And to improve this ANCOVA estimator and for better practice in covariate adjustment, our proposal is a simple modification of ANCOVA, which we call ANICOVA, short for analysis of heterogeneous covariance. So the key difference really here is that we fit a linear model that includes the main effect of treatment and main effect of covariates, as well as the interaction between the treatment and the covariates. And this is for the purpose to allow the covariate effect to be different between treatment arms. And in order to align our analysis with our design, where we use this stratification variable to balance, so we include stratification variable in the model. And using this approach has many desirable properties. The first one is that when the linear model is incorrect, the obtained estimator still correctly estimates the target parameter, but and moreover, the obtained estimator is never less precise and often more precise than the simple mean difference. So the ANICOVA does no harm. And using this dart analogy again, then we will think the ANICOVA is a really excellent dart player that always aim at the right target and with high precision. And just as Jim said, this is perhaps really a free lunch. So there might be two free lunch, the one that's ANICOVA and the lunch outside. So this is what we call as the guaranteed efficient precision gain. And again, importantly, we should derive a variance estimator that's robust to model misspecification, and this is a consideration we call robust variance estimation. And finally, there's another nice property of ANICOVA. It's that if we derive a robust variance estimator, it is robust to covariate adaptive randomization as well, in the sense that the estimator can be universally applied to all types of covariate adaptive randomization. So no tailoring is needed for covariate adaptive randomization. And we call this universal applicability. And in the second part of my talk, I want to focus on time to event outcomes, where the primary interest is usually about testing the null hypothesis that there is no treatment effect. So the null hypothesis is formulated as the true hazard function being the same for two treatment arms. And usually the log rank test is a commonly used test statistic. But the log rank test doesn't adjust for any covariates, and we show that it's also conservative under covariate adaptive randomization. And this is indicated in the power curve on the right, where the y-axis is the empirical power, the x-axis is the true treatment effect in the data generating process. So we can see when the curve is to the leftmost, that's indicating the type 1 error. So we see the type 1 error is below 0.05 line. So it is conservative. And in a recent work, we propose a modification of the log rank test, which we call robust log rank test. And this is able to correct the conservativeness and to improve power. But again, this robust log rank test doesn't adjust for any covariate, and it also needs to be tailored to each covariate adaptive randomization, so it is not universally applicable. You may wonder that since we use stratification in the design, why not align the analysis with the design and do the stratified log rank test? And this is indeed a great intuition. It actually works pretty well. So the stratified log rank test is able to adjust for discrete covariates by stratification. It is also correct on the covariate adaptive randomization, and a single formula is universally applicable to all types of covariate adaptive randomization. But the downside of the stratified log rank test is that it can be less powerful than the robust log rank test that doesn't adjust for covariates in the analysis stage, which we can see from the power curve again, that the pink line is the stratified log rank test that's in the middle. So what's our proposal then? And we propose a covariate adjusted log rank test. And actually the idea is very simple. We just apply the ANICOVA adjusting strategy to the log rank statistic. And it turns out that the ANICOVA adjusting strategy is a very nice and general strategy. And in this case, the covariate adjusted log rank test can adjust for any types of covariates, discrete or continuous. And it's also correct under covariate adaptive randomization, and it satisfies this universal applicability. And more importantly, the covariate adjusted log rank test is never less powerful and often more powerful than the robust log rank test and the log rank test statistic. And this is indicated in the power curve again, that the orange line on the top is the covariate adjusted log rank test. It's guaranteed to be more powerful than the two other log rank test statistics. This is what we term the guaranteed power gain. This concludes the methods part that I want to cover, and finally I want to apply the covariate adjusted log rank test to reanalyze this landmark clinical trial ACTG 175. And the population of this trial is adults infected with HIV type 1, whose CD4 cell counts were 200 to 500, And primary endpoint is a time to event, which is a composite event defined as more than 50% decline in CD4 cell count, an AIDS defining event or death. And this trial uses the stratified per multi-block randomization with equal allocation and 3 strata defined in terms of prior ART, and respectively those 0 week, 1 to 52 weeks, and more than 52 weeks of prior ART exposure. And we consider 2 treatments, the zidovudine as the control and the didanosine as the treatment. And we further consider adjust for 2 continuous covariates that we think are important and prognostic. One is the baseline CD4 cell count, and the other is the number of days receiving prior antiretroviral therapy. And the bottom plots are the Kaplan-Meier survival curves for the first one, the leftmost one is for all the patients, and the following 3 are stratified by the number of weeks of prior ART. So the second one is with 0 week, the third one is 1 to 52 weeks, and the last one is more than 52 weeks. And these survival curves seem to suggest that this treatment is highly effective compared to the control, but when looking at the subgroups, the treatment is most effective for those with longest prior ART exposure, modest effective for those with 0 week of prior ART exposure, and almost none for those with 1 to 52 weeks of prior ART exposure. So let's see the analysis results. We applied the standard log rank test and also our proposed covariate adjusted log rank test. And we see that in the primary analysis with focusing on all the patients, both tests have strong significance to reject the null hypothesis and indicating the treatment is effective compared to the control. But when looking at the subgroups, if we choose to use the log rank test, then we will conclude the treatment effect is significant for those with the longest prior ART exposure. However, if we choose to use the covariate adjusted log rank test, actually we have higher power, so we are able to find significant treatment effect for 2 subgroups. This is my summary slide. So basically, the talk is centered around ANICOVA, which is a general covariate adjustment strategy, which adjusts for indicators of all strata used in covariate adaptive randomization to align with the design and all treatment by covariate interactions to allow the covariate effect to be different for treatment arms. And this ANICOVA is again like free lunch. It's always a good idea to do if we have at least moderate sample sizes. And we consider the ANICOVA in terms of 3 considerations. The first one is the guaranteed precision gain, and ANICOVA achieved this because it does no harm, and it always gains precision compared to the unadjusted method. And the second is the robust variance estimation, which means we recommend using variance estimators that are robust to model misspecification. And the third one is the universal applicability, and this is achieved by ANICOVA again because the variance estimator for ANICOVA can be universally used under simple randomization and all covariate adaptive randomizations. And an R package called RobinCar is available, publicly available on GitHub, which implements all the methods I talked about. And thank you so much for listening.
Okay, switching gears to mathematical modeling. Be ready. Oops, back, too fast. Okay, so thanks everybody. So I will present work that we've conducted with the HPTN Modeling Center. Many of you in the room had the pleasure to interact with us, but for those who haven't, this is a collaborative center between the Imperial College London and Fred Hutch with the purpose of conducting mathematical analysis to support the agenda of HPTN in several different directions, mostly understanding the drivers of different HIV epidemics in different settings, assessing the potential of HIV prevention strategies, also interpreting clinical results and translating them into public health practices. The motivation for this particular study is coming from two concluded HPTN studies. They were the highlight of this meeting as well, so I don't need to elaborate more on this, showing that the long-acting injectable cabotegravir is highly efficacious and actually superior over daily oral PrEP in different settings. So based on these results, Cabelay is already approved for use as PrEP in US. And as Deborah mentioned, WHO considered their recommendations, and a version of this analysis has been presented to their meeting as evidence. So what is the importance of these results, given that we already have at least several good prevention options, including condoms, male circumcision, vaginal rings, oral PrEP? I guess everybody has different list of answers. For me, it boils down to three things. First, the efficacy of long-acting PrEP was demonstrated against highly effective competitor, and that's great. Second, probably even more important, that it is a completely different delivery route, so it has the potential to attract a different sub-cohort of users. And finally, for me, it brings it a step closer to HIV vaccine, because if we manage to reduce the frequency, let's say, to 6 months and 1 year, maybe it looks like COVID vaccine, yes. So what naturally for us as modelers, the question was, what will be the projected impact of expanding the PrEP, the prevention toolbox with long-acting PrEP? And instead of taking on this alone, we decided to invite other teams to join this effort. So this joint project of the HPTN Modeling Center and the HIV Modeling Consortium invited modeling teams to contribute to this effort. And we had, again, the active input from other stakeholders, like the HIV prevention team at Gates and the WHO. So the idea was to use existing well-calibrated models. We asked these teams to come up with their own assumptions of what is projections of what will be the oral PrEP use that is representative for their settings. And the main objective, again, was to compare the potential expansion of PrEP by adding long-acting PrEP option over across different models, different settings, different scenarios. So we have 6 really respected teams responding to this call, listed here. 3 of them are on the top row, modeling MSM populations in high-income countries. The bottom row is models taking on different settings in sub-Saharan Africa. And today I will present preliminary results on 2 of the models on the MSM side. So how do we quantify success or impact? We're using 3 different metrics. The population level effectiveness, which is probably the gold standard in mathematical modeling, is looking at the cumulative reduction in new infections over different periods, in this case 20 years, for the intervention scenario compared to the base case scenario. Another metric is population level efficiency, which is measuring the additional person years on PrEP needed to prevent a single HIV infection. And finally, we have cost effectiveness, which is measuring the additional cost per disability adjusted life year, or DALY, over 20 years, again comparing the intervention with the base case scenarios. And with the help of the stakeholders, especially the WHO team, we came up with a really long list of scenarios to explore, mostly with respect to the overall PrEP coverage target that we're aiming at with this expansion, the time over which it is achieved, also the proportion, the assumed proportion of oral PrEP users switching to long-acting PrEP, and finally the access, who will have the access to long-acting PrEP. For comparability, we asked the teams to use the same assumptions about the efficacy and retention on long-acting PrEP, the efficacy estimates coming from the primary ITT analysis of HPTN 083 and 084. And I want to say here that, okay, we're using data on Cabellet, but we define long-acting PrEP broadly, so we believe that most of these results and similar, extension of this analysis will be applicable to other long-acting PrEP options if they share the same characteristics. So to illustrate again our approach, here is one hypothetical example what we are simulating. So look at a hypothetical base case scenario in which oral PrEP is introduced in 2018. It is something like close to what happens in Atlanta, and this expansion of oral PrEP is reaching about 19% in 2022 when we start the simulation, expected to go up to about 25% in 2032. So this is the black curve. And you can see in this scenario, everybody in this base case is using only oral PrEP. That's the bar on the right. Now, if we look at the expansion of oral PrEP coverage, which is targeting 30% coverage in 2032, this is the red curve, that's what it will look like. And if we assume that nobody from the prospective oral PrEP user is switching to PrEP, the distribution of PrEP users between long-acting and oral PrEP will look like the column on the right. But if we assume that 50% of current and potential oral PrEP users are switching to long-acting PrEP, the distribution will look differently. So that's the new rightmost column. So now what we're doing is we compare these intervention scenarios with the base case and report the results. So what also is important is what are the assumptions for these base case scenarios. And here you can see the comparison of these base case scenarios for the two models I am presenting today, for Atlanta and Montreal. So as you can see, the Atlanta model is simulating a population with significantly higher HIV prevalence and incidence. It also, you can also notice that the treatment cascade in Montreal is in a better shape with a higher levels of ART and viral suppression. Also, Atlanta model is assuming somehow lower percentage of people eligible, MSM eligible to PrEP, but significantly higher proportion of MSM currently using PrEP, about 30% compared to only 10% in Montreal. Noticeably, both models assume a really good efficacy for oral PrEP or effectiveness of oral PrEP, about 80%, which again is also may explain some of the results you will see in the next slides. Now, to the results. So first, I'm going to show you impact in terms of population effectiveness. What you see here, each box plot is a scenario based on simulations, one scenario with different level of PrEP coverage achieved, overall PrEP coverage combined between oral and long-acting PrEP, with the darker boxes representing scenarios in which these targets achieved later in time, over 10 years versus 5 years. The y-axis is showing the percentage of infections averted compared to the base case. And you can notice here, that in Atlanta, about 8 to 10% increase in the overall PrEP coverage from about 32 to 40% is enough to avert 35 to 40% of the expected infections, which is a significant proportion. If in Montreal, you need a significantly larger increase in coverage, about 20 percentage points from 10 to 30 to achieve a similar result. Overall, achieving coverage targets 5 years earlier is improving the impact by about 2 to 5 percentage points in Atlanta and about 7 to 10 percentage points in Montreal. And I have to say that these simulations, these graphs are showing scenarios aggregating across simulations with different proportion of people switching to oral PrEP. But if you look at those specifically, if you look at separately what happens if you assume different proportion of current and expected oral PrEP use and switching to long-acting PrEP, you can see that increasing this proportion is leading to small positive effect, up to 3 percentage points in Atlanta and almost no effect in Montreal. And again, that could be explained, as I mentioned, by the really high level of oral PrEP effectiveness assumed in these two models. Some results on population efficiency measured as additional years on PrEP to prevent one infection. The number needed to treat for Atlanta estimated around 20 for the expansion to 40% coverage, which makes it highly efficacious. Actually, switching oral PrEP users to long-acting PrEP has a positive effect here, about 10% improvement in efficiency, which is not shown here. In comparison, in Montreal, the number needed to treat is extremely high, and the reason for that is that the HIV incidence in this setting is very, very low. Some cost effectiveness results from, again, done by Jesse, who is in the room, and you can ask him questions about that if you find it suitable. So what you see here is the additional cost per dally for expansion over 5 years for different PrEP coverages reached, and with no discount, using cost data with different granularity, but using no discounting. What is notable here is that we're using the actual price that VIV is suggesting for US, and hypothetical price of $10,000 per year for Montreal, where no cost is available at the moment. So what you can see on this graph is that the expansion, the PrEP expansion with long-acting PrEP is not particularly cost-effective compared to generic oral PrEP in Atlanta. Actually, the costing picture looks slightly worse, or maybe a little bit more than slightly, with the increased proportion of people switching from oral to long-acting PrEP, and this is because of the big difference in price. In comparison, in Montreal, there is simply at the moment no way this expansion to be cost-effective, even if the expansion is done on a price which is comparable with oral PrEP. And finally, the last set of results. So it's been mentioned many times that it is really important to find the right people to use each product. So all the simulations so far were assuming that people who switch from oral to long-acting PrEP, that group is representative for the whole group that is using oral PrEP. But what if we manage to target and switch people who are actually poor adherers to oral PrEP? And that will make the oral PrEP effectiveness in the remaining group higher, increasing to 90%. Or what conversely, if it happens that only good adherers to oral PrEP are actually switching to long-acting PrEP, and that is decreasing the oral PrEP effectiveness in the remaining group to 60%. So this is very simplistic setup, but it may tell you exactly how much difference you can expect from these targeting scenarios. So in this case, you can see that a successful targeting to poor hearers may increase the impact by 20%, relative impact by 20%, which I think should not be neglected. And we have a whole line of work dedicated on that, and I'll be happy to discuss that with anybody who is interested. In summary, adding long-acting PrEP has the potential to avert a significant proportion of expected infections if it managed to increase the overall PrEP coverage. And that increase need to be smaller in places where we have already high oral PrEP usage, and significantly larger if it is in places where it is the current usage is low. Switching people from oral to long-acting PrEP with this set of assumption is not doing much, because again the oral PrEP effectiveness in this population is assumed really high. Overall, expanding the PrEP toolbox with long-acting PrEP could be highly efficient in places where, and potentially cost-effective in places where the HIV prevalence is high, not that much in places where it is low. So I would like to thank everybody who contributed to the design and to the results here, especially to Sarah Stansfield, who did the heavy lifting. She was not able to attend in person, but she will present these results to the AIDS conference, so you may talk to her there. And I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you all. I have a couple of questions that have come in online, so I will start with those, I'll start with one of those, and then I'll get to you, Jessica. So one question that came in from the online chat was for you, Jim, and the question was first of all, the person said, not me, wonderfully clear explanation. They really enjoyed the talk. And the question was, if COVID-19 dynamics, is this a clear example where a stepped wedge design might not be feasible because of the rapidly changing epidemic? Is that a correct assumption?
Is it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think there are three things going on when you think about COVID-19 and stepped wedges. One, of course, is just the waves of the epidemic, and so the baseline incidence is varying, but we know how to control for that in a step wedge design. You also have a vaccine where the effect, depending on the endpoint, probably does vary as a function of exposure time, that there is a waxing and waning of the vaccine efficacy. But I think the third part of that, which is not built into most step wedge models, is because of the changing variants, the vaccine, there's probably also a changing vaccine effect over the baseline calendar time as well, and that part usually is not built into most step wedge models. So I would say that you would have to be extremely careful in how you analyze any step wedge trial of a COVID vaccine.
Especially since you won't know many of those things we did not know till after the fact, when I think about it.
Yeah.
Jessica, your question. I have to repeat your question anyway, so just yell at it at me.
Repeat my question. There we go. My question is for Jim, and I will also say thank you, Jim, for such a marvelous and clear talk. So in thinking about your conclusions, that variation in treatment effect, if not properly analyzed, may lead, as I understood it, to an underestimate of the overall treatment interventions, at least in your examples. Are there any particular step wedge trials that have been conducted that perhaps have been incorrectly analyzed, have sort of concluded that there was not an effect when in fact there was? It's kind of a, and then what, so what kind of question.
Sorry, I need to repeat the question because I gather the people online cannot hear those mics. So Jessica was asking, given the revelations that you had about incorrect models of treatment effect over time, do you think there are step wedge designs that have been analyzed without an effect that may in fact have had a time-varying treatment effect? And then, so what?
Yeah. So it's interesting. This result surprised me so much that I sent an early version of our manuscript to a number of colleagues that I know work on stepped wedge trials. And I got a number of email responses that started with something like, oh my God. I applied this to our data and found, something that I didn't expect. Indeed, one of the examples in the manuscript is a trial I worked on where the effect was opposite. Fortunately, not statistically significant either way, but enough that it just sort of surprised you. So I think people will find examples out there where maybe results have been misinterpreted. And I think we have to be really careful going forward. As I said at the beginning of the talks, when somebody comes to me and proposes a step wedge trial, my first step is to try and talk them out of it. I think it's something we have to be really careful about.
I think that's, could you introduce yourself and ask a question over that mic?
Hi, Brett Hanscom, Statistics Management Center, Seattle. The question for Ting quickly. Could you compare your covariate adjusted log rank test idea with what we might have used before, a covariate adjusted Cox proportional hazard model, specifically the more powerful score test for the Cox proportional hazard model? What advantages, disadvantages, big difference?
So again, just to repeat the question for those people online, Brett Hanscom was asking about the comparison of the ANHI-COVA approach to a covariate adjusted Cox proportional hazards, which is typically what we would do.
That's a very good question. First of all, Cox proportional hazard model, if we use a sandwich variance estimator, which is a robust variance estimator to meet specification, then that test is also able to control type 1 error regardless of the model is correct or not. So that's why it's indeed a fair comparison of this. But I would say in our previous paper, 2020 paper, we studied the Cox proportional hazard-based test. And we thought that was not good enough because it's not guaranteed to be more powerful than the log rank test. So that's why we had this later version, the covariate adjusted log rank test, that's always guaranteed to be more powerful. So with that being said, so it's possible that Cox proportional hazard based method is more powerful in some cases, but it's not guaranteed to be more powerful in all the cases compared to the log rank. But our new test is guaranteed to be always more powerful than the log rank.
I still think this whole thing about the free lunch is making me really uncomfortable.
It's making me hungry.
Really interesting presentation. So Dobromir, how well does the modeling account for the substantial heterogeneity within MSM communities? So Atlanta is a great case study. You have assortative mixing. So black MSM are not necessarily having more condomless sex, but by virtue of having more partners from within the community, there's a concentration of HIV, so the same level of behavior it connotes different risks. And then you have all the social and structural issues of differential access. So PrEP uptake among white MSM is substantially different than among black MSM in Atlanta. So have you thought that through in the model?
So Ken Mayer was asking, it's a complex question, but it's basically asking how well and how much is the model accounting for a lot of heterogeneity, for example, by race and ethnicity within a given setting with different levels of PrEP uptake, different levels of treatment, different levels of risk associated with a lot of mixing within a community. How well do the models account for that?
Yeah. So thanks, Ken. Yeah, that's a really good one. And we are accounting for many of these things, including, so we have, I mean, especially on the Atlanta side, Kate has presented the model several times to this audience, and it is stratified by age and also by race, and she's having all the mixing and the PrEP usage parameters representative for Atlanta. How well we capture that is a different story. Again, my personal opinion is that on the effectiveness side, we are a little bit too optimistic on the oral PrEP, but so that's why we're trying to look at different scenarios. On the Montreal side, this is individual-based model, so I'm perfectly certain that they are also looking at differences, individual difference, so it is well-informed heterogeneous models in both sides.
Doug Ramir Stenverman from Yale. I wonder if your Montreal analysis has any sort of parallel to women in the United States, because there is a debate whether PrEP is an efficient and impactful intervention for that population, since incidence rates are low.
So Sten Vermont was asking a modelling question about whether or not the Montreal model for MSM in a low incidence setting has any bearings or any information that might be important for thinking about the similar questions for women in PrEP in the US.
So I would say that there is some connection, but also it's been mentioned several times, I think, on this meeting. So it's a little bit unfair when we especially look at population level impacts and compare them across places, because there could be, again, subgroups which may actually benefit within these large populations. And that's what another line of work that we are doing is to identify subgroups that may benefit from this specific. So if we say that this is probably not the right tool for everybody in this community, but what is the group that may actually benefit from this, that will have actual good effectiveness, maybe we'll be able to improve the performance on this one compared to other available tools.
Great. This will be the end of the session. I think someone's going to do a send-off. It's not me, I don't think. All right. Mike, I'm going to invite you up here to do a send-off. Or you can both do the send-off. All right.
I think, on behalf of Wafa and I'm not sure it's on behalf of, she may have her own comments. We really, it's been a great meeting, and we appreciate all the sessions. They were terrific. And mostly we kind of proved we could do this. We had about 500 people online and about 500 people staying here. We'll track what you think about the meeting and what happens with these kind of meetings, and get your advice about next year's meeting. And we hope you all have safe travels and wish you the best.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I have to again acknowledge the people who made this meeting happen. It's very complex to have a hybrid meeting. It's much easier to do it one way or the other. So I want to thank our colleagues at FHI 360, and we spent many hours and days and months in putting together and trying to make this an enjoyable, fruitful, successful meeting. So thanks to all of you, and thanks to all of you for being here. Thank you.
We'll talk on Monday. We want to talk on debrief.
Easy for her to use. Anyway, welcome. I'm glad you made it.